Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very sorry to interrupt conversations, but we've got an absolutely packed agenda for this morning and over lunch, so if we don't get started now, we definitely won't finish on time. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Melinda Cilento. I am the Chief Executive of the Committee for Economic Development of Australia. It's always great to kick off the year with an economic and political overview here in New South Wales, and thank you for being with us today. Can I start by acknowledging that we meet on the land of the Gadigal people and pay my respects to elders past, present and future. I do that, of course, in the spirit of reconciliation, and in this year, 2020, I think it's incumbent upon all of us to reflect on where we are with reconciliation and to identify what I think is one of the greatest disconnects in Australia at the moment, which is a lack of a shared history and perspective on this nation's back history and 200 years of history and where Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders sit in that and their perceptions of our history. So I would encourage you all to embrace in that conversation with a spirit of generosity and as an important step in moving forward with reconciliation. It's always really important to us when we have these events to acknowledge the fantastic support and contribution of our sponsors. We wouldn't be able to run these events, we wouldn't be able to produce the publications that we do and conduct the research that we do without our sponsors and our members' support. So thank you very much to today's major sponsors, AsiaLink Business, Macquarie Business School and Stello. All of you are tremendous supporters of our work, so thank you very much. Not surprisingly, we've got a whole bunch of dignitaries in the room, many of whom will be on stage speaking, but if I could call out a few in particular, we've got our State Advisory Committee members, Megan Motto and Martin Blake, and Megan, of course, is the president of that body and sits on our board. We've got the Honourable Andrew Robb, AO, Professor the Honourable Stephen Martin, my predecessor, Ming Long, who also sits on the CEDA board, Peter Wills AC, who's a member of our Leadership Council and a tremendous supporter of CEDA, Peter Ackerstrat, the New South Wales Productivity Commissioner, Neville Roach AO, who's the CEDA Honorary Trustee. I think that just about does it. I'm not going to talk about all the speakers because you can read their bios, but thank them for being here. This year you'll see through the EPO and my comments on it that I think it's a really challenging year for Australia and the world, and particularly in Australia with what we've seen at the start of this year with bushfires and now the coronavirus. We've got this real challenge of balancing the short-term issues confronting our economy and our society, while at the same time really starting to feel the pinch of some of the longer-term challenges, not least of which is the ageing of our population, but also how we now start thinking about the impacts of climate change. So I think the report that we've put out today and the conversations that we will have today are very important ones to start us for the year and hopefully what will be a year of significant policy progress and deliberation, and I'm glad that CEDA can play its part in that. As is always the case when you join us at a CEDA function, we'd love for you to engage not only in the conversation here in the room, but to share that conversation with the wider audience. You can do that through Twitter. Please tag us at CEDA_Nous, and we'll be tweeting from the event, and the hashtag, of course, is EPO2020. Whilst we like you to engage with social media, it's nice if you can do it with your phone on silent so as not to disrupt the conversation that's going on in the room. We're also trying to get you to engage a bit more with questions and giving you more tools to do that. We're using a tool called Pigeonhole. I'm not going to read out all the details. There's actually information on each of your tables, and we should have it up on the screen. If you log on to that, you can actually post questions without having to put your hand up and wait for the mic. So, and you can do that anonymously as well if you like. So please feel free to engage with that. It's great that while we're encouraging social media, we're also going to have some traditional media in the room. They continue to be great supporters of our work, and as I said earlier, another means of getting our messages out to a wider audience. I think that's all I have to do other than to say Tanya Smith, who's joining us, I'm just looking to see if she's in the room, will be here shortly. She was flying up from Melbourne and has been caught in a slight delay, but we understand is minutes away. So there'll be an empty stage up here for the shortest period of time, and then Tanya will slide up and be ready for all of your questions. And with that, it's my great honour to introduce our chair for this morning's session, David Osman, who is, of course, the Professor of Economics at Macquarie Business School. Did I say Dr. David Osman? I should say that. Professor of Economics will get us kicked off this morning. David, if you want to come on stage, thank you very much.
Well, thank you very, very much, Melinda, and also actually really thank you to CEDA as well, not just for this event, but for a long history of constantly supporting events like this where we get to discuss about what are the opportunities and the right policies to go forward and deal with the future. And it's always done in these sort of sessions in a kind of, what is the right evidence-based policy that we should be talking about and how do we go about getting there? That's not always what's happening in the world today. Those of us who've been in policy for a while have seen sort of, the move from evidence-based policy towards more policy-based evidence. And in some countries, you kind of think nowadays there's a view of, oh, who cares about the evidence? This is the policy, which is really not very helpful. And, CEDA's been a constant stalwart against that sort of an approach and constantly fostering these sort of dialogues. So thank you very much for that long-standing engagement in that way. I should just say, by the way, that my new landing place at Macquarie University has also consistently tried to follow that kind of an approach as well. We're one of the sponsors of this event, and that's because we also are trying very hard to make that bridge between theory and evidence to real-world issues. And we bring that to community events like this one, but also, of course, and most importantly, to our students. And we're constantly trying to, I've been there not for too long now, but we're constantly trying to think about what's another way that we can try to bring in that kind of practical focus to teaching, to give people a way of kind of having solid frameworks that they can interact with the real issues that they come up with, whether that's in business or government or so forth. Most recently, under the leader of the Department of Economics, Lisa, who's over there, she's introduced the Master's degree in Applied Economics, which is very much grounded in that kind of focus, and also actually in an interdisciplinary focus, which has become an increasingly important aspect in being able to not just think about the varied issues that occur within the sphere of economics, but also actually the way the community expects ideas and issues to be grappled with. And so I think that's a really important way of going forward into the future. Well, talking about the future brings me to today's first panel, which is on intergovernmental relations. And actually, they are really about how we set up the future. There's an interesting issue with the future that it always seems to me. People say, oh, you can't predict the future. It's just unknown. Almost like life is just a random walk and who knows what's going to happen tomorrow. But that's just not true at all. We know a lot about the future. Just think about the things that we know for absolute certainty. As a country in Australia, we're going to grow older with fewer people working, which puts the focus on, well, what are we doing on productivity today? We're going to be a more integrated economy around the rest of the world, which puts the focus on thinking about, well, how do we deal with the winners and losers from that kind of process? We're going to be more numerous with more urbanisation, so the issue, of course, there is infrastructure. We're going to have different energy sources in order to handle climate change, so the question is, well, how do we make that transition? And again and again and again, if you just think about the future, you start realising just how much we actually know for certainty that these are the issues that are going to occur in the future. In fact, the funny thing is the biggest uncertainty, it seems to me, is not what the future is going to look like. It's going to be what are the policies we put in place today in order to deal with that future. That's where the biggest uncertainty is, particularly with the level of political ambition or otherwise of the nature of the policies that we put in place today to deal with that known future. Well, in a federal structure like Australia, all those issues are going to turn up in intergovernmental relations. Just think about how do we organise our education system? how do we run our health system, infrastructure, productivity improvements, efficiency gains, dealing with quasi-government issues and so forth. All of these things are going to have a very strong intergovernmental relation. In fact, you could say the success in our ability to put in place policies in that vein is going to depend on the success we have in dealing with interfiscal relations. So that's really, I think, the purpose of today's session and why CEDA have put it in there, because of its importance. Well, you will have seen already that we have an absolutely stellar panel to deal with those issues, and I'd ask the panel if they could come up to the stage at this time. David Thodey, who's the chair of the CSIRO, along with a whole stack of other histories. I'm not going to read out everyone's CV, but he's also, for our purposes and most importantly, the chair of the New South Wales Federal Financial Relations Review, looking at how we arrange the financing between the different levels of government. And then Tanya Smith, it's great to see you, Tanya, welcome from Melbourne, who's a principal at Nous, and she's also worked extensively on fiscal issues and also contributed to a really fabulous report put out by CEDA a few years back on the questions around our federation and the sorts of things we need to do. And then finally, Terry Moran, who I'm sure is known by everyone in the room here, the chair of the Centre of Policy Development, and also contributed a very thoughtful piece to that CEDA report that I mentioned earlier on. So the way we're going to run this is I'm going to run the panel discussions for maybe up to 20, 25 minutes or so forth, and then we're going to turn to yourselves for questions from the audience and finish up by, I think, 11 o'clock or thereabouts. I should just say that, just as Melinda commented, there is Pigeonhole Live, so if you hear something interesting and you think, oh, that's the thing that I'd like to hear a bit more about, or have a particular question on it, jump on your phones, type it into Pigeonhole, and we'll be able to see that as it comes up here. But if you want to sort of, save your question till the end, well, we'll be taking questions from the audience as well. So with that agenda, I think we might just start off. Okay. Okie dokes. Everyone hear me? Okay, great. Well, look, thanks very much for being here for the panellists, and appreciate particularly coming all the way down from up from Melbourne. So let me start off on the question which I've kind of set up there from there, that given how much I think we already know about the future, are we really well set up in the sorts of areas to deal with that so far? Or to the extent that we're not, what are perhaps the 2 or 3 issues which are the most urgent to get some attention on in order to start laying the groundwork for a successful future within the area of intergovernmental relations? I'll ask the question to the whole panel. So, David, we'll start with yourself.
Well, thanks, David, and good morning, everybody. Well, look, I'd just like to add a little bit to what you said in terms of what our challenges are as a nation. Look, we've got to remember economic growth is really important, because I do like intergovernmental relationships, but if we don't grow as a nation, then we are not going to be as successful as we need to be. And of course, as you said, you've got ageing, health, education, infrastructure, etc. But without that overriding growth expectation, the tax take is not going to be good enough. We're not going to get to where we need to be. And I still think there's an enormous need for us to be stronger in that. And so while I like federal financial relations, and I think that they're very important, they are a consequence of economic growth and of good policy and strategy, and then you get to federal financial relations. So let's keep it in perspective, because as I've had the great pleasure of leading this little task force or project, it's just got to be put into context. But within that, there are some really interesting things, and then I'll pass on to Tanya and Terry. Look, I look at the states and I see a treasurer who has got this volatile revenue streams coming in, and if I was the CFO of a business, I have no idea how I would plan going forward. It is just, it's arcane, really, that they're in that position. And of course, within that, as you project out, and as you mentioned, aging population, all the issues around declining GST take, you see the federal government, declining their forward estimates and GST take, we are getting a bigger and bigger gap. If we are going to sustain, the quality of life that our citizens expect of us, and we provide health and education. So while, New South Wales government, which is we're looking at now, is in pretty good shape at the moment, the future has actually got some big challenges ahead of it. And so what do we need to do to try to, well, first I want to grow. So growth is the first solution. Then secondly, if we are going to grow, we need to have control of our own destiny, make sure the relationship between the Commonwealth and the states is productive and we're working together. And we need to front into some of these tough challenges where the volatility of revenue is coming from. So we've got GST issues, we've got issues around stamp duty, land tax, those issues. So we need to front into some of these difficult issues, but they are a consequence of a bigger picture. And so I'd just like to make that point firstly.
So, good morning, everyone. So, when I think about this, what's going through my head is what's useful in terms of state and territory and Commonwealth cooperation versus what are the important things that just need to be done and can be done unilaterally by both levels of government. And so when I think about the big challenges of today, and you've enumerated some of them, the areas where I think that are most fruitful for that sort of intergovernmental cooperation are around, well, closing the gap, I think it has to be said, particularly on today when we're reminded of the continuing lack of progress on some of those important areas of reform. Another one is regional development policy. I think that the degree of structural adjustment that's going to be experienced across the economy is going to be particularly keenly felt in regional Australia is something that absolutely requires all three layers of government to be working hand in glove around a shared agenda. And the other area I'd call out is education, particularly tertiary education, and getting the vocational education and higher education systems properly working in a more seamless and complementary way. They're the three that I would call out. But we don't really have, we haven't had for a long time, not since Terry was at the helm at Prime Minister's some years ago, and we had that rare opportunity to come together as governments around Australia and articulate a very robust and timely and clear national reform agenda. We haven't really had that since, and I think the times are calling for something like that again.
We now know a whole lot more about what works in service.
I think you've got to turn your mic on.
Sorry. Can you hear me? Yes. We now know a whole lot more than we did, say, 10 or 20 years ago about what works in service delivery in the public sector and what doesn't. And the thing that kills innovation, responsiveness to the actual needs of clients, the joining up of government services when needed to meet the needs of those citizens as clients, the thing that kills it is bureaucratic centralisation. And so we now have examples at the national level of big service delivery systems that are in a hell of a mess. And we have plenty of examples at the state level of service delivery systems in various levels of robust health, or in some cases they could improve a bit if they worked harder. And I still think, even though I spent half my career at the national level and half in a couple of states, I still think that the Commonwealth ought to approach this area with a bit more humility and seek to harvest the lessons of what works at the state level as they approach much of what's going on. So that's my first point. Second point is, as we can see now from what the Tories in Britain are doing, we've passed the high water mark of outsourcing government services delivery. They're pulling it back in, largely because the public there is very unhappy, and they've got to do something, the government's got to do something to step in, and they're even calling in contracts for service delivery. In part, this is because some of the big service delivery companies actually found themselves trading while insolvent and just couldn't go on, but in part also because the quality of what they were doing is not up to scratch. The Commonwealth is still heavily invested in outsourcing, whether it's aged care, disability services, parts of vocational education and training. And frankly, and the worst of it all is employment services, it's just not working. And the Commonwealth is finding it very difficult to come to terms with this, having dismantled all the apparatus that it used to have to run some of these activities from within the Australian Public Service. They're a little bit bereft. So my final point is that the solution to a lot of this is to actually start to build capability at the local level to deliver services, joined up services, either through local government, some reforms needed, through local government or through other means. And I'm involved in trialling such an approach to improve the settlement of refugees, as is Peter Shergold doing the same thing here in New South Wales, and we're having some terrifically positive results. There is another way to do it, apart from top-down, heavy-duty, bureaucratic muddle.
Wow, well, that's a fantastic set of opening comments. And although I can promise you it wasn't planned, but it's just an absolutely perfect segue into my next question, which is to actually follow up on the point that David raised about the need for, well, growth. I would call it productivity, but it's essentially the same thing. But also Terry's comment about the need for thinking about local level experiments and pilots and so forth from there. And so I'll start perhaps addressing a question to you, Tanya. But, you know, one of the reasons you have federalism, obviously one reason is local variation in preferences and so on, but a big reason that you want a federal structure is because it gives the opportunity for sort of lots of experimentation at provincial or local level, where you trial new things, see how it goes. You compete against other states to try to, you know, have a better service delivery and so forth. And ultimately you build up over time a kind of an evidence-based knowledge framework about what works and what doesn't. And that's obviously going to be really, really important in a country like Australia and indeed much of the rest of the world where productivity is actually, the pace of productivity growth is falling. We need more innovation, experimentation and so forth to learn what works in government structures that are, you know, at least a quarter the size of GDP, and if not in the private sector as well. So the question really to you, Tanya, and perhaps the rest of the panel wants to pick it up as well, is do we have enough of that going on within the states as it is? If that's the purpose, or that's one of the purposes of federalism, is it happening on the ground? Is there enough of it going on? And if it's not, how come?
Okay, so I think I'm a fan of federalism. I think it is a genuine benefit of our system that there is the opportunity to use different jurisdictions as petri dishes, so to speak, or testing grounds for different types of innovation. But I think it's worth reminding ourselves that a lot of this happens in a very informal and organic way. So there's formal structures for piloting certain schemes, but there's also a lot of informal just sharing of best practice. And we've seen this in, kind of to pick up on some of Terry's points, which I agree, in the area of service delivery, we can see that the Commonwealth at the moment is being greatly inspired by what's happened here in New South Wales with Services New South Wales and how it's sought to integrate a lot of service delivery and put it onto a digital platform, allowing for kind of more personalised, on-demand service delivery. And that's an example where you do get that quite productive inspiration that's coming from just the structural nature of our federation and the informal interchange between governments at all levels. Another important way in which the jurisdictions learn from each other is through federal entities that become centres of knowledge and evidence. And in terms of your question of how can we do better on that front, I think we could use more of that. There's one or two examples of where we do have jointly owned bodies that become the source of truth and the data repositories that all jurisdictions draw on to inform their policy development. And there's going to be a new one soon in the schooling space, for example. And so that's something I think where we can use formal structures to help support more innovative policy development around the country. But there are things that do, of course, get in the way of effective sharing of knowledge, and I kind of distill it, perhaps a bit cynically, into the reasons for that, it comes down to pride and prejudice. In terms of pride, I think we're all humans, we get very invested in our own projects, our own initiatives, and our instinct is to talk them up, to defend them, and to proselytise. Sometimes that's warranted, but oftentimes it does lead us to have a glass half full view of what we've done, and to become sort of premature zealots for our particular way of doing anything. So we want to promote it elsewhere, even though we haven't necessarily seen the full impact of our investment. And then we get very defensive if somebody wants to take an alternative approach. So we need to shift from being prideful about our investment to be prideful about what we've learned from those sorts of initiatives, and to put more store in the lessons that can be extracted from those experiments, and more open about the richness of that knowledge and how that can inform policy development for our own jurisdiction, but also for others. In terms of prejudice, it's really talking about some of the political dynamics in the intergovernmental space. It's hard not to it's hard to create an environment where a government isn't instinctively sceptical about what the other side of politics has done, whether in Australia or elsewhere, whether they've done it within the same jurisdiction or elsewhere. So it really behooves public servants in particular to keep kind of relentlessly bringing forward the evidence of what works, and advising ministers appropriately to be open-minded about alternative ways of doing things. But cracking that kind of the political nut is tough.
Yeah, cracking open-mindedness is always tough. Terry, do you want to just pick up on that one? And in particular, let me just sort of expand the question a little bit into the challenge of bringing innovation and new ideas into areas like health, where there's a heavy role of not just within the states, but also of the federal government as well, and how you bring a new sense of trial and pilots and whatever into things where you're not the only major stakeholder within it.
As a proportion of gross domestic product in Australia, we spend about half what the United States spends on health, and they have worse health outcomes than we have. And the Brits spend a couple of points of GDP less than we do, largely because the NHS is a top-down monopoly that can be constrained as to how much you've got to spend on it. In Australia at the moment, we've cracked the code on how to manage public hospitals effectively through activity-based funding, efficient pricing, local governance, accountability mechanisms, a lot of data out there publicly. And that was something that actually Kevin Rudd kicked off when he was Prime Minister. And where we've got problems now is in private health insurance, where many people in this room would have private health insurance, where once the Commonwealth sought to persuade the medical profession to constrain their co-payments, that's all stopped. And now for a given procedure, you can pay one amount of money to one specialist and 10 times that amount to another specialist that's of no particular greater note, even more than 10 times, frankly. You can't get information on the performance of individual specialists in terms of if they're a surgeon, infection rates, readmissions, all that sort of stuff. None of the basic stuff that even these days the banks are supposed to take care of. We arrange to get from private practitioners in the health system. And so I think the big issue for any government at the moment is, how do you translate from the public hospitals into the private hospitals some of the disciplines as to cost, the efficiencies that have been achieved, so that the burdens on all of us who choose to be contributing to a private health insurance fund stop galloping away at a great rate. And it is possible to do, but it would take a bit of courage, I think, from the federal government's point of view. And this is a perfect example of how you could pick up on some of the features of competition policy, that is, transparency as to costs, transparency as to the quality of the outcomes that are delivered, and have a wonderful effect on the private health market, which is just, frankly, in cost terms, getting a bit out of control. Now, all those techniques for doing it well arose from the state level, not from the Commonwealth level. So the states got there first, the Commonwealth begrudgingly picked it up, but then the Commonwealth hasn't taken the necessary step and said, well, why don't we have a look at how you could translate this into the private health scene? One final quick point. In 2007, all the premiers got together here in Sydney, not too far from here, and decided that they were going to introduce an emissions trading scheme and that they would get Ross Garneau to do some work or lead a team. The team was established. It was based in Victoria, but it included people from New South Wales and other states and territories. And this was an unwelcome shock for John Howard as Prime Minister. So he then got Peter Shergold to set up a team within PM&C, which was led by Martin Parkinson and Blair Comley, well-known names in New South Wales. And before the election that John lost, John had his own emissions trading scheme on the table. Kevin came in, and Kevin, don't tell him I said this when he's here today, but Kevin being Kevin, he had to go through it all again, so we had a further review of how you do it and a bit of a delay. But eventually, an emissions trading scheme was introduced and then withdrawn by the successor government that contained ministers who had actually been on John Howard's side when he decided to do emissions trading. So the point is, what is now, we know from the attitude surveys, the number one issue for Australians, that is climate change, in 2007 had a concerted effort by the states to, in policy terms, do the pure thing and go for an emissions trading scheme. We've had this fumbling, bizarre, shocking engagement over all those years. We still don't have it. But right now, all the states have got big targets to go for net zero carbon emissions by 2050. And so, again, the states have taken the ball from the Commonwealth and decided to run with it. And that's one of the good features of our federation.
Yeah, cool. So, David, let me just bring you in on another issue in the interest of time. Which
I want to talk about the innovation one, but I'll
Okay, I'll ask my question and I'll give you the
okay.
So the question is, not just the policies, the spending bit of it all, but also the revenue side of things. Yeah. Australia, of course, is very unusual in having this very heavy concentration of revenues paid to the centre, which are then distributed back. And that is associated, it's hard to know what the causation is, with the states not developing their own revenue sources, and also an expectation by the public that it's the federal government that takes responsibility for areas that really belong in the states. And so, as I said, it's hard to know what the causation is. Obviously, you're looking at these sorts of questions in the context of a review, and you're not going to want to get into sort of what the final answers to that are, given that it's out.
We don't have the answers.
And you don't have answers, and maybe there aren't answers as well.
Yeah.
But tell us the sorts of things that you're thinking about with that fundamental question, whether there's a real need for reform, because the costs of having that centralism is just too much relative to the potential benefits, or whether we can actually live with it and there are other ways of running things from there. And if you'd like to comment on the innovation, go ahead as well.
Yeah, thank you. Well, look, I do want to comment on the innovation thing and just sort of pick up on where Terry and Tanya were really. I mean, I just, in terms of intergovernmental relations, I think we have got to think about innovation as a nation. And I know it's been a very popular term, there's been lots of discussion around it, but if we don't innovate, we do not create value, whether it's intergovernment or as a nation. And we need to be doing it, and we need to celebrate it, and we don't do it enough. Now, there's a bit of, the chief scientists and CSIRO, but so this innovation of policy and why federalism was good is it creates this competition, which I think is really strong. However, like when I was running Telstra, if we didn't fund innovation, we did not get innovation. And you need to take risk. And so it does come back to a funding question, just like Terry was talking around getting to net zero or health industry. So the question is, how does that money flow to get to good policy, to get to good outcomes that drive real change in citizens' lives? And I tell you, it's very complicated. It's not easy. But there are some things that are good and bad. I mean, I've been astounded to look at these, the role of the Commonwealth with the state. So, principle of federalism, you do it as close as you can deliver, like Terry was saying, where you can really make a difference. And here we have, New South Wales has 50 national partnership agreements, of which I think, this is, the Commonwealth being prescriptive to the state, and I think 18 or 19 of them are under, a few $1 million, and they probably take 2 years to negotiate and $10 million each to, actually get an outcome. That doesn't sound like innovation to me. It sounds a little bit like bureaucracy, rather than a fast-moving, innovative country that wants to make a difference. And so I think we've got to look at that cultural aspect as well, but it does end up, as you rightly point out, is how does the money flow? And, we do have this vertical fiscal imbalance, a great dependence on, let's be clear. We asked the Commonwealth to collect the money, right? That's what we did after the war. And then we said, hey, now you distribute it. We have these wonderful terms like HFE, etc., that, you economists understand. Us mere mortals, still trying to understand how the GST is actually distributed. But it is an important part of the equation. So, but the one thing you've got, well, at least from my perspective, is if you give money to a group, you need to be clear about the outcome you want. And you need to have a real agreement, not after the money's gone, actually up front. And so how we create collaboration, so, I'd be really interested in Terry and Tanya's view on COAG, and is that working? Because that is the other social dynamic going on here, is clarity of role between, the Commonwealth and the states. And just because Federation, what year was it? 1901? Yeah, okay, 1901. So I'm getting the history right. But Federation today must be different to what 1901 was. The challenges that we face are very different. And CEDA did a great report in 14, but I don't know where it went. So it's sort of, and so how do we as a group stare into this and take ownership? Now, you asked me the question about, are there any magic answers in terms of how you distribute the funds, collect them? I'm not sure there are any magic answers. Look, I've been amazed at how successful Victorian government's been, with, that wonderful thing on mental health, just a little levy. Amazing. You're still paying your Medibank levy? Anyone worried about that? You all seem pretty happy. Well, I'm pretty happy because I get an outcome from it. What I worry about is when I pay my tax and I don't know where it goes. So how do we relate, real outcomes to where the funds go, I think is a lot. And we need to talk to citizens more. I'm not sure that, before I started this FFR review, I didn't understand some of the intricacies of Commonwealth-state relations. And most citizens have no idea. So we need politicians who can talk about it, why it's important, what it's going to mean in terms of creating better education, better health outcomes. If we don't get it right, we don't build hospitals, to your point, which we are very good at, or we don't innovate or create great biotech companies that are going to create real wealth. So I know that's a bit of a roundabout answer to your question, but I do think we've got to keep it grounded in the reality of where most of our great Australians, spend their time. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. So that's actually a segue into my last question to the panel here, before I turn to the audience for further questions, and some of them are coming in through the electronics here. Thank you. Which is actually the issue that you just touched on, David. When you talk about reform, we've been around that rodeo many times. There's lots of discussions around reform. It dates back to Kevin's period and earlier on, John Howard's and so on. But you get a sense that as soon as these issues start getting some traction, the general public starts thinking, no, this is just going to be another basis for poorer quality delivery, and for bringing more
and more taxes,
price-based
and more taxes,
stuff
yeah.
into the way that we allocate resources, and we don't like prices and taxes on doing it and whatever. And then you get a lot of sort of fever and hope, and then you kind of wonder about what comes out of it. It's the point you were raising. But we have had some successful reforms. You know, the GST that you mentioned earlier on, and the national competition policy that I think Terry mentioned. So it is possible to get it through. What are the lessons? How do we end up with a proper dialogue showing the general public that this is in fact in their interests, particularly because of the aspect that I brought out very beginning? We know the future. We know what we have to do. The issue is, how do we now get the political and community support to implement? I'll start with you, Terry, at the end.
I think it's a wonderful question. If you look back to the Second World War, we came out of the war having lost a lot of people in the fighting, and that had followed on from the Great Depression that decimated the economy and the lives of many people. And so after the war, we went into a long period of nation building. And the ideas that underpinned policy in Curtin, Chifley, Menzies, Holt in that period were essentially all designed to serve the purpose of nation building, and we did lots of things that these days the economists wouldn't approve of, like tariffs and so forth to help industries emerge. Yes, yes. However, by the end of the 60s, we were starting to have a debate about, well, things aren't going as they should, and Lee Kuan Yew said we're going to become the white trash of Asia, Donald Horne, lucky country, those sort of things. And for 15 years, we had a big debate about how to save Australia, and the answer was macro and microeconomics. And that gave you the second long period of reform driven by economics, which sort of started under Fraser but really took off with Hawke, Keating, and then into the Howard period. For a while now, the public has realised this hasn't really worked all that well for them. Many of the things that they thought they could depend upon are gone, and part of the reason why the public doesn't trust politicians is that the public doesn't seem to believe that the politicians and government generally is committed to serving their purposes. So we have to figure out what the third big wave of reform is and what the ideas will be that will drive it. And my contention would be that anything presented as worthy economic reform in that context is not going to go down too well with the voting public. But there are things about how communities work or don't work, how services are organised and delivered or don't work either because they're not done in the right way. There are lots of things there that could be fixed up as part of the repair of what government does. And that's necessary because underpinning all of this, there are some big events outside our borders, China and America, and climate change, and so forth. So we're heading into a period of huge challenges, and we don't really have anything like a broad consensus on the key elements of an approach to solving those challenges. And I don't think it's the problem of the politicians to give it to us. It's the problem of us to debate it and come up with the answers, whether us is people in business, unions, universities, think tanks, perhaps some parliamentarians, parts of the public service, because that's been very active and instrumental in the past. We just have to realise that we need a new set of ideas.
It's a great answer. Tanya?
So I agree with the need for us all to be engaged in developing a clearer sense of the national agenda and trying to get some kind of consensus around the approach. But in terms of your question about, so what have we learned that can support this thinking going forward, one thing that's come through really loud and clear is that we know people don't like it when governments are at war with each other internally in Australia. They don't like the blame shifting. They see through any sort of just lowest common denominator political response to things, particularly at a time of crisis. We've seen over the last few months with the range of natural disasters. The community craves joint action from all layers of government, and so we need to, although we've learned that at one level, we haven't incorporated that into how we behave within governments. So the issue isn't just the lack of trust that the public has in governments, it's the lack of trust between governments as well. And it goes back to the points that David was making about how you distribute funding and what strings you attach to it. We need structures that are anchored in an agreed set of outcomes that are not controversial and that provide sufficient incentives for governments to achieve those outcomes in a way that makes sense for those communities, to have transparent reporting of what's going on in that space, and a shared commitment to owning but not controlling what is being achieved through the use of those funds. It sounds easy to do. It's not. We've tried it in several periods in the past, but it's still, to my mind, the recipe for success going forward. We just have to try harder.
David, the last word before you go to questions, so get your questions ready, folks.
Right, so I'll be pretty quick. Look, my experience with change management, which really this is what we're talking about and how you get unification, you've got to have a bigger prize. I mean, I'll take on a whole lot of pain if I'm going to get a bigger prize. And so what's the prize we're after? I mean, I remember with Innovation Science Australia, they did that work, and they said our objective is to be the healthiest nation in the world. Healthiest nation in the world. Now, it's an interesting one. Now, I'm not sure it's the right one, but if you actually take that, that will actually drive a whole lot of implications around tax reform, health enablement, lifestyle, and by the way, I might be willing to pay more taxes for that too. I don't. So I think we've got to be unified around what we want to achieve, because then these things that we talk about, which are very important but are consequences of a bigger ideal. So if you talk about national competition reform, well, I mean, people relate to that because they thought, well, there's good competition's good because I can get a better offering, so I could see an outcome. I can remember when GST was interested in New Zealand, the trade-off was that you got lower income tax, right? Remember that? Oh, well, you weren't in New Zealand, but I was. I was born in Australia, just to make sure you understand. So, but the prize was I got more cash in my pocket, but we went to a consumption tax. And so, hey, well, that was okay. I could see a benefit. So I think that the reforms need to be put into those really tangible ways that we are saying, hey, we are creating something bigger and better, rather than just talking to the microeconomic reform. Otherwise, I'm afraid we will have very good conversations, but I'm not sure it will mean a whole lot to most people out there in the community. So that would be my take on it.
Yeah, so sort of with them trumps all. What's in it for me?
I'm
in a way of
so.
dialogue.
Well, what's in it for us? Because I'm willing to give up a bit, if I see a greater good in the community, or, I mean, you look at the outpouring of people who've been impacted by the fires, isn't it? I mean, I think that is great for Australia, isn't it? And people give freely. And so I don't think it is all about just me. It's about the greater good, as well, as long as I can see where I'm playing a role in. Yeah.
Okay, questions. So the way is just to put your hand up, and someone, I think, from CEDA will come around. So why don't we start over here, the gentleman there. Just make sure if you could please keep your questions very short. We're short on time, and speak up.
My name is Neville Roach. I'm the chairman of the advisory board. Can you hear me? Of Tata Consultancy Services, India's biggest IT company. It's a slightly long question, but I'll speak very fast.
Please do a short question and speak slowly.
I start by confessing that I'm a lifelong, hairy, lefty, bleeding heart socialist. One of the biggest drags on our economy is inequality. It is rampant. It is getting worse. Wage inequality, particularly gender inequality. We are having continued denigration of government and the role that it has
Please come
to
straight
play.
to the question.
I believe in the outsourcing and the failures is adding to inequality. We're suffering from Freedonomics and the Chicago School. Isn't it time we looked at new monetary policy and a return to progressive economics to address economic inequality, which is a big drag on growth?
Okay, so let me rephrase the question then. So the question's going to be basically on how do we make sure that the inequality aspect comes within the sorts of issues that we're talking about today? How core are they to basically get the engine of support that we're going to need, and how do we deliver them? Terry, why don't I start with this?
Well, part of why in the past, Neville, people have done reasonably well is that we had a huge boom in education, both at the university level, at the TAFE level, and behind all that, a massive uplift in the proportion of people getting to the end of year 12 at school. And to an extent that started to fall away. We've got a non-functioning vocational education and training system at the moment that has been seriously played with bad consequences by the federal government, and in the case of some states by state treasuries as well. And we're not facing up to the fact that our economy is going to go through very rapid change driven by digital issues, and people have got to be retrained if they're to have any hope of getting a job. If people haven't got a job, and there are lots of people that don't have a job, we've got non-functioning employment services. They fail at getting people jobs unless the people don't need help to get a job anyway, they can just get it. And so government has dropped the ball in so many areas that contribute to people being able to make their way in a market economy, and you can't solve the problem just by giving those same people more money. You've got to fix up the things that are the enablers of them being successful within a market economy.
Yeah, which very much comes back to that whole question I think, Tanya, you mentioned about the importance of making sure we've got a skill set going through, not just at schools, but also a lifetime learning kind of capability, as well as opportunity for people to address it. Good point. Up the back there, please.
Thank you. Look, my question has almost been answered, but I'll ask it in a different context. My name's Dallas Booth from the National Insurance Brokers Association. Nightly on the news, we've seen people on the South Coast who have little or no insurance. They can't afford it. People in North Queensland can't afford their insurance. In 2015, the Productivity Commission gave a fantastic report on how to manage and finance disasters in Australia. Nothing or very little has happened, and so communities are now suffering, and in fact people are losing their lives through these things, through these natural catastrophes. Not only the fires, hail in Melbourne and Canberra, floods around Sydney. We might well miss the cyclone which is up in the Coral Sea at the moment. What have we got to do to actually get mitigation and resilience seriously onto this agenda of Australia, so we can do what Terry's talking about to actually benefit communities as we move into the next 20 years? Thank you.
Tanya, do you want to pick up on that one maybe?
Well, that's a huge question, and look, and there's no glib answer to it. There's a whole policy challenge. So how do we get alignment around policy positions towards climate change and that whole range of responses that we need to put into gear to respond to these events, but to mitigate the impacts going forward. That's just a big political pretzel. It's too hard to try and unravel here. But what I would say is that, given that we're talking about federalism in this session, the whole area of natural disaster response management is actually, I think, a good example of where you do have fairly clear delineation between the Commonwealth role and the state role. And I think we've seen pretty exemplary responses on the whole from the recovery, the emergency services and the recovery agencies. It's a great example where you do have national doctrine, you do have the right sort of structures to get agreed cooperation, to practice the responses to the events, to share resources. It's actually a pretty good case study, I reckon. There's clearly been some issues that have been called out in terms of the Commonwealth Government's role, but I think they're relatively easily addressed. But in terms of the getting policy alignment, it's clearly not just fractured because of our federal structures, but because of factions within parties and our party structure as well. So it's a much bigger issue to tackle.
I think we have time just for one more question. Lisa.
I just would like to nudge a little bit the panel, so to speak, particularly the first speaker, Peter, David, sorry, to qualify a little bit the nature of economic growth that you envision for Australia. And I'm a little bit critical of just the word growth without modifiers, in the sense that we don't believe anymore in the trickle-down effect. We have a large impact on inequality in the last 30, 40 years, and the recent Community Pulse 2018 CEDA report highlights the disconnect between an economic discourse centered on unqualified economic growth and the perception that people have of this economic growth. So can you please fill us a little bit more about what kind of economic growth do you envision?
So,
Right.
David, I'm leaving you with the hardest question.
Well, thank you very much,
And
David.
it's actually mimics questions that three
Yeah.
questions that came in, and they all relate to exactly the same kind of issue. So
Yeah.
thanks, Lisa, for that. David, you have the last word.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't accept that economic growth does necessarily implies inequality, or though I am very aware of the inequal distribution of wealth often that comes from it. Look, I think what makes Australia unique is this egalitarian fairness part of who we are, and we must protect that going forward. But we need growth. We have population growth. We need to diversify. We can't rely on the mining sector for the rest of our lives. We need to build new sources of employment, and we are missing opportunities. So this is very real, and I just think that if we fall into the trap that economic growth doesn't equate to better livelihoods for the majority of Australians, then I think we fall into a very poor trap. Now, do we need to be careful that it is not a few that are getting wealthy and a few that are, suffering? Absolutely. But I'm talking about the growth of this country and about prosperity for all and great education and great health, great social outcomes. That's what I'm interested in, because that's what makes a great nation. And I think we need to be, to coin a phrase, and Terry, nation builders, not nation destroyers. And we are too quick to talk about all the negativity that goes on rather than looking at the positive stuff. And I, for one, want to be an advocate for that. And also then to get policy reform where we need it. And, the insurance kind of thing. However, we do live in a world where, there is political instability and there isn't enough time being spent on some of these big issues going forward. And I think it's very important that groups like CEDA and others stare into this and start to take the lead. As Terry said, you cannot rely on governments to do it. We need to be up and doing it.
Could I just add a quick remark there? I think other countries have been more adept than have we in pursuing the Sustainable Development Goals that have come out of various international organisations. The work was originally led by the OECD, but it's now within the United Nations. And if you focus on those issues, you start to get into a broader range of, strictly speaking, not particularly economic measures that go to the state of our society and how we're going. We nurture whole areas of disgrace in our society, like the homelessness scourge in the inner city. It's readily solvable. It is genuinely readily solvable, and it's not too expensive, just that nobody will do it. In large part because the Commonwealth's approach to supporting social housing really needs a total rework. Therefore, I think unless we start to measure things other than GDP and every so often be confronted by it, we won't go very far. And the only example in Australia that I can readily draw on is closing the gap for Indigenous people, which again was part of Kevin Rudd's apology to the stolen generation. And a lot of good work's been done, but again, not with the right finesse at the national level to reach down to the local level.
Yeah, look, thank you very much indeed. And I think that's actually very much the answer. My take on this one is that we have a balance between all sorts of different competing interests and goals and perceptions and so forth. that doesn't mean that we're going to stay on that balance all the time. We're constantly striving to think, what is the next step we could take that will improve that kind of, Pareto improvement in economic terms, but at least some ideally, but at least some improvement. And I think it's easy to look around and see the challenges where we haven't quite got it right and sort of say, well, the whole system's not working. But in fact, there is a lot of success going on. There are things that are happening. The globe is removing poverty. It's falling very rapidly. Technology is advancing, medical advances and so forth. Things are getting better. It's a constant struggle to think, yeah, but what else can we do to pick up on really important issues like homelessness and so on? And then how do we take that forward and get this degree of support? And these sort of functions, in particular, CEDA as a role, I think is really important within that. Anyway, that's the end of this session. I'd like to thank very much the panellists. It's been a very broad-ranging issue, grounded in intergovernment relations. I think we stayed on topic, which is pretty good. It's very easy to get off topic from there. Could you put your hands together for the top panelists? I'll pass over to the next session.
Hi everyone. Just before I begin, I'll just remind everyone at the end of the conversations and the presentations, there'll be time for questions. And please also remember to use the Pigeonhole application that was mentioned a little bit earlier. So I'll begin. My name's David Stone, and I'm the Chief Growth Officer of Stella. We're an experienced management company headquartered here in Sydney, but with offices around the globe. Joining me on stage are two people that I'll introduce more formally later. But we have Michael Blythe, the Chief Economist and Managing Director of the Commonwealth Bank, and also Jennifer Hewett, National Affairs Columnist of the Australian and the Australian Financial Review. Now, when I got the opportunity to speak today, I immediately accepted. I'm in sales, we do that. But then two things immediately crossed my mind. The first one was, how could I possibly speak for only 2 minutes? The second one was, the room's going to be full of really smart people talking about numbers, and me. And I'm in sales, and people tell me sales, it's all about the number, it's easy. It's the bottom right-hand corner of the spreadsheet, you either make it or you don't. It's not the case. I look at the number and I say, did we do it as planned? Did we get loads of small deals? Did we grow gradually? Or worse yet, did we just get lucky right at the end? And here's the point. It's the story behind the numbers that count. And that's what I want to hear today. We talk about the journey. The journey is as important, often, especially with numbers and economics, than the destination. And talking of getting lucky, do we aspire to be the lucky country? Should we aspire to be the lucky country? Or should we aspire to be the smart country? At Stella, we continue to grow our traditional business. It's taking lots of calls from lots of people about lots of things. But what we've done more recently is invest in artificial intelligence and robotic process automation to drive intelligent self-service. So we got a real interest in the knowledge economy. And how do we all make money from things other than digging it out of the ground and selling it? And that's not meant to be a political statement. It's about a finite resource versus an infinite resource. And my last point on being lucky, and even the lucky country. In my experience, lucky people are hardworking and generally work smarter than the rest of us. And talking of intangibles like knowledge, brings me to the business that Stella's in and why we're in it, and it's that of customer experience. Increasingly, enterprise and government are rating customer experience as their prime thing, their prime purpose, in fact. We're seeing it's the thing that drives reputation and can negatively or positively impact the bottom line. I fervently believe that when we start seeing some of these economic numbers and when we start seeing annual reports, we're going to start seeing a customer experience index. It's becoming that important. And lastly, just the synergy between all of us in this room, between Stella, the company I work for, all of you, and CEDA. At Stella, we have a saying, experience matters. It means lots of things, and I won't go into that today. But fundamentally, when someone reaches out to us, we want to give them the best possible experience we can. What we really want to do is make their lives just that little bit easier. It's not going to be earth-shattering. And that brings us to what we do here, economic development. It is about making people's lives easier through a stronger economy. I'm reminded of the old saying, money doesn't buy you happiness, but you know, it sure removes a lot of hurdles. And now for some great commentary on this very subject and the story behind the numbers, I'm pleased to introduce Michael Blythe, Chief Economist and Managing Director of Commonwealth Bank. Over to you.
Well, thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. I do have a few numbers, but I mainly have a lot of pictures, which hopefully will aid the digestive process. Now, I was being interviewed earlier this year, and one of the questions I got asked is, could I pick one word that summarised pretty much everything that had gone on over the last 12 months? Initially, I thought, what a stupid question. How can you possibly distill everything, all those moving parts, down into one word? Then it occurred to me there was actually one word that did a pretty good job of picking it all up, I think, and that word is uncertainty. We certainly climbed a wall of worry as we moved through 2019. Uncertainty was an all-pervasive theme. It's had an impact on economies, it's had an impact on financial markets, and I think it's going to be a pretty good word to be using as we move through 2020 as well. So what's driving that uncertainty? Well, there have really been many concerns. Some have proved persistent, some have been short-lived, and I've just picked a selection of those on this particular chart here. It shows you what we searched for on Google during 2019. That includes obvious topics like trade wars and Brexit and so on, and there were some more kind of exotic themes that financial markets get excited about, like negative yields and inverted yield curves and so on. But in the end, it all really comes down to concern about uncertainty. What are these things going to do? What do they mean for the economic outlook? And why is it important? Well, the problem is that uncertain times, what typically happens is that businesses put off their capital spending plans. Households decide, well, that new car I was going to buy, maybe I'll just wait a little bit longer before doing that, because I'm not quite sure how things are going to play out. And that very quickly can start to have a real big economic impact. And you can get a flavour for that on the chart on the left-hand side here. The red line, believe it or not, is actually a measure of uncertainty for the global economy. The way it works is that red line goes down. It means we're becoming more uncertain about the outlook. As you can see, as that uncertainty lifted last year, well, what we did see a pullback in consumer spending on durables, the blue line on that particular chart. And of course, on the business front, we saw companies cut their spending on things like machinery and equipment. This was a global theme that we saw coming through. And what do you discover? Most of these consumer durables, these investment goods, have to be made. So industrial production, when you move to the chart on the right-hand side, dropped dramatically. Most global trade is consumer durables and business investment goods. And so the green line on that particular chart, global trade, moved in the same direction. And while the numbers might suggest we didn't actually get that recession everybody worried about last year, we obviously came pretty close when you look at numbers like this and the trends that we're seeing there. Now, the other part of the uncertainty story we also need to think about is that uncertainty certainly depresses investment spending, but it also increases savings. We all want to put a bit of money away against that kind of backdrop. And you can see it happening globally in this particular chart here. So the pink line investment, you can see the way that's dropped away, running at quite low levels in this uncertain environment. The green line, global savings, the way that is actually picked up. We're actually at the point where global savings is running ahead of global investment. It's supply and demand, like it is in every market. If there's an excess supply of money, the price has to adjust. That price is interest rates. This chart explains why interest rates are low everywhere. And as long as this uncertainty persists, and it looks like it will, then we have to expect very low interest rates to be a long-running theme in the landscape as well. And that brings with it new risks, new uncertainties to think about as well. So what do we do when interest rates are low? Well, in financial markets, where we typically go out and look out where can we find a better rate of return, a higher yield, where can we find some capital gain? And while we're pursuing those two things, well, we're taking on more risk. The additional part of the story this time around, I think, is that households are moving in the same direction. That money you're earning on your term deposits just not enough these days. We're kind of being forced or encouraging parts of the household sector to take on a lot more risk to generate income. So there's a whole new range of issues to be concerned about there. The bottom line really is, I think, beware the extremes and be prepared for volatility in financial markets, whatever may happen in the real economy. Certainly by the end of last year, some of that uncertainty had receded. We had a trade deal. Brexit actually happened. We survived. But of course, nature abhors a vacuum, and so plenty of new uncertainties have emerged since then. And in short order, we've been buffeted by a series of near-biblical events, I think, with bushfires, viruses, smoke, and of course floods in the mix there as well. So uncertainty is on the rise again. We're seeing the usual competition as well between economists to see who can come up with the most negative scenario based on all of these new developments. So I'm going to add in my particular views there as well. Well, firstly on the bushfires, well, we can actually map those areas that have been tragically affected by the bushfires onto economic data, and that's what I've attempted to do on this chart. So it shows you the main regions around Australia where these bushfires were located. And it gives you a bit of a snapshot of the structure of those areas. So in total, those regions that I picked here account for about 3.5% of Australian GDP. They account for about 3.8% of total jobs in Australia. So, I mean, the rough rule of thumb here is on those sort of numbers that basically every 10% drop in activity is going to knock about 0.3 percentage points off overall Australian GDP growth. Now, that's quite a significant number. It will be spread out over a period of time, which will kind of minimise the kind of the big shock aspect of the story. And of course, what tends to get ignored in the debate is the usual forecasting rule here, and that is whatever you lose on the way down, you tend to get back during the rebuilding effort. When we dig a little bit deeper as well, there's certain aspects of the structure of these regions that I think will also help minimise the damage to the broader economy. I'll get an idea of the structure on this chart here, which just shows you the composition of employment in those regions. If you run your eye down that list, what you discover is around about 1/3 of employment in those areas is what you call kind of public sector related areas. I would say these people's jobs are pretty safe, their incomes are safe. In fact, they're probably going to be busier than ever, given that rebuild effort. In the same vein, around about 10% of the workforce in those areas is involved in construction. Well, they're clearly going to be very busy during the rebuild effort. What concerns me and where I think the real risk lies in this story is the components that relate to, I guess, what you could kind of group together as tourism aspects of the story. And around about 20% of those economies are involved in tourism based on the numbers you see here. Of course, it's in that tourism consumer type of space where we start to overlap with the new concerns about the coronavirus and what that might mean for our economies. We do now have an official name for it. Overnight, the World Health Organisation has decided they're going to call it COVID-19. They've also described it as public enemy number one, which frankly sounds a much better title for it when it comes down to it. Now, of course, these kind of geomedical events, they go hand in hand with the geopolitical events that we've spent a lot of time worrying about. The way they work, the way they impact negatively on economies is through the increase in uncertainty that they bring with them once again. And we do have some benchmarks here. We can look at the SARS virus and what happened there back in 2003, and Australia actually escaped relatively unscathed at the time. The big concern now, of course, is that China's a much bigger part of the global economy. They were 4% of GDP, global GDP, back in 2003. They're 18% now. So the potential downside is obviously much bigger just because of that increase in size. What concerns me, though, again, is really more the uncertainty aspects of this story. The World Health Organization, along with talking about the virus, also now talks about what they call an infodemic, and that is there is so much information out there, a lot of it wrong, a lot of it contradictory, that the concern is, of course, that we're just going to add to the overall fear and uncertainty that we're seeing. One of the things we're tracking to try and monitor that, kind of a near real-term indicator, if you like, is what you can see on the chart on the left-hand side here. So it just shows you, once again, Google searches for various epidemics that we've seen over the years, and I think watching the red line on that chart, the coronavirus this time round, that will be the one to track, get a feel for just how this sentiment and uncertainty story is playing out right now. And certainly the risk is with social media, a much bigger thing than it was back in 2003, that we can amplify the negatives of this uncertainty. I don't want to suggest technology is necessarily a bad thing here, and I was particularly impressed by one of the passengers on that cruise ship trapped off Japan at the moment, who organised for a drone to deliver a case of wine to him. So there are solutions there. When we bring it back to an Australian context, well, the sectors that look to be most at risk here are education and tourism. I'm just going to focus on tourism, given the kind of ties nicely with the bushfire part of the story as well. And of course, the focus is very much on the drop in foreign tourists coming to Australia. We've certainly seen this happen before. When there are shocks, economic, medical, whatever, foreign tourists decide to stay at home. And the chart on the left-hand side here just shows you what happens with tourist arrivals, foreign tourists coming to Australia around those different events. And the red line, the SARS one, was pretty clear there that the number of people coming to Australia dropped off pretty quickly. The trouble you find with the debate right now, that's where the analysis stops. Reality is there are far more Australians who go overseas to have a holiday than foreigners who come to Australia for a holiday. And Australian tourists are just as susceptible to these shocks. And the chart on the right-hand side there shows you what happens with the Australian appetite to go on an overseas holiday around similar sorts of events, and the result is actually the same. We stop going. If we're not going on a overseas holiday, it doesn't mean to say we're just going to sit at home. Quite likely the outcome will be that we'll go on a domestic holiday. And when you crunch the numbers here, it's quite possible that kind of shift by Australians from overseas to domestic holidays will more than offset the impact of foreign tourists coming here. Now, that's just a scenario, and I'm sure there will be some sort of negative effect, but these are the sort of issues you need to think about when we're trying to assess the risks here. Now, this tourism story, it does largely play out in the consumer space, and that's important because the real domestic risk in the Australian economy for some time now has been the constrained consumers. Australian consumers, for a whole range of reasons, have limited their consumer spending. It is the biggest part of the economy overall. And the chart here, the brown line, it just shows you growth in consumer spending. You can see the big slowdown at the end of the chart there. We're seeing the sort of growth rates that we last saw at the height of the global financial crisis. It's being intensified at the moment, of course, because there's a big downturn in residential construction underway at the same time. And that's magnifying the impact of the household story. And this chart is, of course, the reason why the Reserve Bank has been cutting interest rates and why we've been seeing tax cuts, tax rebates and so on being paid as well. It's all designed to try and help this particular part of the domestic economic story. So how is this playing out? Well, we can actually see the impact, I think, some interesting parts of the story here and some new indicators that the Commonwealth Bank constructs. We've known for a long time that our business information is a very up-to-date read on what is happening in the Australian economy. And to that, we've added the idea that before anybody spends any money at all these days, the first thing you do is jump onto the internet and search around for product reviews and who's got the best price and the like. So what we've actually done is combine our transactions activity data with Google search activity to come up with a range of measures on household spending intentions. And you can see a selection of them on this set of charts here. So on the left-hand side, the blue line, it's kind of an overall measure for consumer spending intentions. It's picked up a little bit towards the end of that chart when you look at it, but I'd have to say it's a pretty limp response given the size of the interest rate cuts we've seen, and of course the size of the tax rebates that have been paid as well. I think some indications here that economic policy is not working very well in Australia right now. Where it is clearly working though is you go to the middle panel, where the chart there, the pink line shows you home buying intentions. Well, that's rocketed up, and in fact is running about the highest level that we've seen in the life of the data that we have here. It's a pretty good leading indicator of where house prices are going, and it certainly suggests there's more upside in that part of the story. It does raise the possibility that we're going to get some help for consumer spending in things like a positive wealth effect coming through. The final chart shows you spending intentions for things like travel and education. And it's early days, but if you look at the end of that chart, it does look like those spending intentions are starting to be wound back. It does look like we are seeing some impact from the bushfires and from the coronavirus and the like. So there are certainly some early warning signs there that we'll be watching pretty closely. What can we do? Well, the way economists tend to answer that question is that we resort to the 3 Ps. They are population, productivity and participation. These are the things in the end that just determine how fast economies can grow, how much income those economies generate and the like. And when you look at this chart that shows you what's happening there, well, we're actually got quite strong population growth. That's helping. We've seen labour force participation rise to a record high. The missing link here is really productivity. Productivity performance has been pretty dismal in recent years. It is impacting on our potential growth rate. It's very important because unless we have rising productivity, we're not going to get rising real wages, which is what we need to fix that consumer part of the story. It's what we need to deal with an ageing population, and we heard some of those issues discussed earlier on. Well, what can we do in terms of the specifics? Well, economists love infrastructure, so we'd love to see some more spending there, including in terms of human capital as well as the physical side that gets a lot of attention. But there's so much happening at the moment, it's difficult to ramp it up any further, I think. But one area that's worth looking is what's happening on the small scale, local government infrastructure. This shows the results of a report, and what it's basically saying is that around about $20 billion worth of, in fact $30 billion worth of local government infrastructure is in poor condition. We can actually devote some money to these small projects. It'll have a big economic effect. It will help productivity. And of course, a lot of this work needs to be done in rural and regional areas that could clearly benefit from some assistance right now. A lot of the policy debate you'll hear at the moment is all about unconventional monetary policy. Well, we think conventional fiscal policy is probably a better way to promote this cause. The government has a very good balance sheet. They should use that balance sheet to do the sort of things we need, just not for the short term, but for the longer haul as well. And just finally, the other point I'd want to make is the last chart here on the right-hand side. Government has a fantastic balance sheet, but so does the business sector. And we're going to ask the government to use its balance sheet to help the economy. Then clearly business has a role here to play as well. And there's certainly plenty of opportunities for business in this uncertain environment. One thing I am certain of is that I've run out of time. So on that at that point, I will stop. You may like to just quickly enjoy our ever-lengthening disclaimer. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. And as before, we will hold questions until the end, until after our next speaker. It's a pleasure to introduce Jennifer Hewett, National Affairs Columnist of The Australian and The Australian Financial Review. Thank you.
Just of the Australian Financial Review, actually. Thank you for the invitation to address CEDA on the political outlook for the year. I concede when I accepted this invitation late last year, I didn't quite expect the extraordinary events of the last several weeks. I should have obviously borne Michael's buzzword of uncertainty into my own outlook. The consolation for Scott Morrison, I think, is that the political outlook for the year looked even worse in February 2019 than it does in February 2020. He didn't lose his confidence or conviction then, and I don't think he will now, but he was badly rattled by the public reaction to his Hawaii trip and his handling of the bushfire crisis, clearly. So given early 2020 hasn't gone at all according to plan, even before the coronavirus struck, it's far from certain the Prime Minister can regain the necessary political momentum and personal authority he lost over a torrid summer that he didn't see coming. First to the immediate politics, we're obviously all more sceptical of polls these days, not least the media, but I think it's pretty true to say that most committed Liberal voters haven't given up on Morrison and are still just willing to excuse his past mistakes, assuming he learns from them. Of course, those who disliked him last year now dislike him far more passionately. As usual, it's the reaction of those voters who aren't committed but who did back the coalition government and Morrison personally, directly or via preferences at the last election, who are making the government far more nervous. I was in Canberra for the return of Parliament last week, and the mood of hubris evident at the end of last year is certainly shaken. Not, however, the sense of aggravation that Morrison gets an unfair deal from the media, including now the condemnation by the international media in the wake of the bushfires, and from much of the public debate. But there is a belated acceptance that a series of misjudgments means the government needs to reset. Morrison has been unusually in apology mode, even willing to say an occasional sorry, as the Labor Party tries to define him as arrogant. None of this will be straightforward for the coalition, as the continuing ructions over personalities and policy in the National Party have demonstrated yet again and will continue to do. Despite the claims of a return to stability last week, now laughable, Michael McCormack will not be National Leader and Deputy PM by the time of the next election, and presumably much sooner than that, with all of the disruptions and arguments and internal party criticisms being part of the story in the meantime. Witness the embarrassment of the vote on Monday for what should have been a non-story, the failure of McCormack's pick as Deputy Speaker in favour of Lou O'Brien, a man few people had ever heard of prior to his resignation from the Nationals. The more that sort of division happens, the weaker a Prime Minister obviously looks in his ability to manage his government, let alone the country, as everyone likes to say. Queensland, it turns out, doesn't just spell trouble for Labor leaders. Control of the numbers in Parliament is more volatile, and the appeals for coalition unity will fall on deaf ears until this ugly brawl plays out, and it will continue indefinitely. Who ever cared about Collinsville outside central Queensland until the prospect of a coal-fired power generation suddenly erupted this week? But whatever happens, the junior partner will be inevitably headed in a direction of being more Barnaby-like aggressive, including giving Morrison much more public trouble on issues like climate change policy and support for coal. These arguments have been drowning out the government's attempts to reset and to get back to business and promote achievements like, the free trade deal with Indonesia. Despite, however, the instant exaggerated enthusiasm of his many opponents in January that he couldn't last, Morrison will go to the next election as PM. How successfully he does so will depend on how much he can assert control over the policy and political agenda from now on. And in that sense, the sports rorts affair, remember that, we go so fast from chaos to chaos here, and the latest arguments over the so-called, I love this, female facilities and water safety stream funding are peripheral issues. But they also reflect an image that Morrison was previously good at challenging, that one of corrupted politics and politicians on the make. In other words, the business of politics as usual. So he needs to differentiate himself from that image, and he's obviously, I think, having trouble at the moment. The decline in trust in all institutions, including politicians, is certainly not just an Australian phenomenon, but it's certainly proving very volatile territory for this government. During the election, Morrison famously said he'd be campaigning and governing for people who don't like paying attention to politics in their daily lives, and that worked a treat. But playing daggy dad, going to the footy and sounding like an ordinary family man won't be near enough by the end of 2020 or even mid-2020, particularly if people are now more sceptical of his ability to lead and to reassure. He needs to be in the business of being seen to deliver real results, at least to those who voted for him. Morrison's ability to do that for his base, a la Trump, is hardly guaranteed. What happens to the economy is obviously key to that, with much of it, like China's economic growth and now the impact of the coronavirus, certainly beyond Canberra's control, as Morrison and Josh Frydenberg keep pointing out. Despite the stock market shrugging it off so far, We're seeing the alternative to the enormous economic boost, if not free ride, that China has given this country for well over a decade. That demonstrates how vulnerable we are, perhaps more than any other developed country, to any sudden reduction in that massive contribution. It's still too soon to be sure just how bad or extended this contraction of Chinese demand will be, just that it will go from bad to worse as the weeks go on. And that's without more other complications in the political relationship, which are obviously well documented now. They include, for example, the banning of Huawei, but they're reflective of broader grievances between the two countries, as well as the wider US-China trade war, despite the I think, a rather temporary truce at the moment for mutual interest on both sides. Both Frydenberg and the Prime Minister celebrated the RBA assessment by Philip Lowe last week that the economy would continue to grow at 2.75% this year and 3% next year, as evidence that Australia's economic fundamentals remain very strong. That was in public. In private, they were far more surprised by his relative optimism. They remain frustrated by Lowe's continuing very public calls for greater fiscal stimulus, and this is actually highly unusual for an RBA governor, and of course they can't do a thing about it. And I think, of course, that call was repeated by Michael Blythe. So it just shows, I think, there's a kind of difference between the general economic view and what the government is planning on. But the combination of the impact of the coronavirus and on the back of the drought, followed by bushfires, is just the latest challenge for an economy that's been struggling to get traction domestically. The government does boast of the economy's resilience, its strong jobs growth, its strong exports growth, and a housing market that is booming again, of course too much so in Sydney and Melbourne. And that's all true. Australia's exports of minerals, metals and energy commodities reached a record new high of $290 billion in 2019, up 17% on the previous record of 2018. And despite Labor's taunting, there's still a belief in the coalition that the opposition and Albanese will still struggle to attain more credibility on economic management, and that caution by the public may become even more marked if there is in fact greater economic weakness. Yet while economic management remains a traditional political strength for the coalition, another year of low wages and sluggish growth at best will obviously increase cries for the government to do more to spur growth and improve living standards. That will come from everyone, from the Reserve Bank down to the business community to the outer suburbs housing Morrison's favourite political species. The catch is that Morrison is a leader who's made a political virtue of delivering on his election campaign promises, rather than on any future change, on following tradition rather than attempting any radical new directions or innovation, of cautious incrementalism rather than dramatic reform. He won the election warning of Labor's risks and its high taxes, certainly not by selling any vision of the coalition's future agenda. He judged rightly that the Australians he was targeting were more apprehensive than welcoming of the notion of major change. So this Prime Minister was never likely to attempt major structural shifts, such as systemic trade-offs for real reform of the tax system, for example. Nor does he have much interest in pursuing reforms or changes that will create political pain with little likelihood of getting through the Senate anyway, or giving Labor an easy target for the next campaign. It's why he's sounding so cautious, for example, about any changes to the legislated increase in the super guarantee. He certainly doesn't trust business to provide wage increases as a trade-off for that. So he prefers to play it safe in tactical terms. In strategic terms, the obvious risk is looking more reactive and flat-footed in convincing Australians the government does know how to build a stronger future for them. Just by coincidence, I was at a breakfast with the Australian Finance Review this morning on Australian industry, and of course there was general expressed concern that Australia was falling behind so many other countries in this area. Yet there's little focus on innovation, despite obviously there's some successes in government, I think, and certainly in their rhetoric, and not nearly as much as there should be from much of business. The promise of a surplus may be popular with voters and a lot of business, but it was never going to be sufficient of itself as the goal. And now it can no longer be held up as the government's holy grail anyway, given the uncertainty of the risks facing the economy, both global and domestic. So the new budget mantra is on human cost rather than fiscal cost. Tough decisions on spending that are typical of a first past the election budget will certainly not be a priority for this government in 2020, as it instead emphasises its previous discipline. It only gives it the wherewithal now to provide the help as needed. The accelerated depreciation allowance expected in the budget, depending on how generous it is, will get some applause from business, despite complaints it should have come earlier and no doubt that it should have been bigger. It's possible, though not certain, the government will accelerate personal tax cuts. But does that mean there'll be, what it all means, however, there'll be less revenue available to meet all these raised community expectations? How much does that matter? Despite the previous session and the optimism about being positive and reaching consensus, I think the federal system is one of the worst systems in Australia for attempting such major national reforms and increasingly unwieldy. Canberra gets much of the blame for failures which are actually more the practical responsibility of the state governments. Blame shifting for school education standards and deteriorating results are a particularly pernicious perennial that seems unlikely to change when actually they blame the federal government rather than the states. In that sense, arguments over the adequacy of land clearing measures and preparedness of fire management for the bushfires are just the latest example of this confusion between federal and state responsibilities. But the public, more than ever in this age of media all the time everywhere, wants the image at least of national leadership from their national government, particularly in a time of crisis. After Morrison misread this, he has been rushing to respond in a frenetic blitz of activity and appearances. Now the inevitable delays and complaints about the recovery from the destruction of the bushfires will be an obvious danger for his government, particularly given his own tarnished ability to project national leadership skills. The government will be focusing on demonstrating compassion more broadly, whether on veterans' affairs or youth mental health, but there will be limits. Despite the talk we had earlier this morning on the importance of reconciliation, I don't think there'll be any kind of constitutional change to allow voice to Parliament. There will be interest in the religious discrimination bill. That will, I think, rile up most sides of the public with little obvious benefit achieved, but it will deliver to electorates with high proportions of conservative and religious immigrant communities, which I think is also important to the government. So in the face of all this, what is the government and the Prime Minister likely to do, and what should he do in 2020? I think the most important change required is to excite people's attention with a narrative that makes them listen again and be persuaded the government does offer some answers to the sort of free-floating anxiety, I think, that hangs over now, not just Australia, but so many developed countries, as well as addressing more practical issues like the cost of living, household bills. Energy policy and the connection with emissions reduction policy and climate change may still not be the priority for a lot of households in outer suburbia, but there's no doubt many people, are more concerned about the impact of climate change after this summer, and they somehow want much more action from Canberra, even if they're not quite sure what that should be. We saw the start of the corresponding policy shift with the Prime Minister's first set speech of the year promising a future of technology advance and the release of a new technology roadmap, and working closely with business on innovation and energy policy rather than Labor's way, in his words, of imposing taxes. And the party, the Liberal Party at least, is behind him on this. Yet the scepticism about how this will work is, if anything, more pronounced in the business community than among his quiet Australians. And the government's international image problem is obviously extreme. So the government will be under a lot of pressure to do more, and I think it's certainly edging towards a commitment to net zero emissions by 2050 later in the year, even though, like most other governments, it really has no idea of how to get there. Morrison will make a virtue of his steadiness, the government's responsiveness, and his ability to take practical action that protect Australians and Australian jobs in still a strong job market. He offers a strong defence of the national interest rather than fashionable global ideologies, but it's really about offering more of the same rather than anything too different. I don't think all of this will be enough to make 2020 other than a very difficult year politically and one of at best treading water economically. And all of that is without the need to expect the unexpected, the uncertainty, but probably the certainty of bad news rather than good. Black swans are no longer rare sightings. Thank you.
Thank you both. We'll now move to the Q&A, to questions. If you care to raise your hand, someone will come around with a microphone. What I'd like to do, though, is someone's actually used the Pigeonhole application, so I'll just read out this question. It's one for Michael. Bear with me. Michael, public economists rarely talk about growth in GDP per capita. Would use of this metric, rather than the raw GDP number, better reflect the state of the economy?
Certainly, people love this GDP per capita. They see it as a handy way of measuring how we're all doing, living standards and the like. But what it really misses is the fact that what's really important is the income generated by that production. So the measure we should all be looking at is real net national disposable income per person. Now, try fitting that into a 60-letter tweet or whatever the number is. It's very difficult, so it never gets any attention. But it does raise the broader issue that we heard in the earlier session as well. I mean, does GDP really measure what's important to us? And the OECD is running this project at the moment, trying to work out what they're calling a better living index. So they came up with a novel idea of asking people around the world about what actually matters to them. And they've come up with about 12 variables. Now, some of them just the standard things like income and the rest, but a lot of them are those sort of things that do kind of feed more into that idea of well-being or gross national happiness, as they call it in Bhutan, for example. Now, we've actually tried to recreate that index for Australia with the kind of very granular data we get out of the Commonwealth Bank's business. And what it shows is there's actually been a kind of a modest improvement in this kind of overall measure of well-being over the last few years. We're kind of slightly in the more than half full cup when it comes down to that. Now, you can go to the OECD website and you can participate in the survey and tick the boxes that you think are important and help drive their analysis as well. But yes, we need to look beyond just the standard GDP numbers really when we're trying to work out the state of play.
Thank you. Take the question.
Business School. Can you hear me?
Yeah, now we can.
Okay, all right. I've been from Macquarie Business School. Well, this is a question for Michael, and thanks for the interesting presentation. It seems like the certainty we get is, there's a lot of uncertainties around. Now, my question is about the timing of policies. Given most macroeconomic policies actually have a prescribed mandate to address, should policymakers be proactively addressing uncertainties, or they should wait to address the consequences of uncertainties? Thank you.
I suppose you could argue that an ounce of prevention's worth a pound of cure when it comes down to that. But you kind of need to know that you've got a problem before you do anything about it. And there are plenty of people out there willing to identify all sorts of problems. So the issue we have really is there's far more issues that people want us to deal with than there are tools available to do it. So what we really need, I think, is some flexibility. And it strikes me the Reserve Bank is quite a good example of this at the moment. So they have this inflation target, trying to get inflation between 2 to 3%. That's supposed to drive policy. But I think essentially they've given up on that because they realise they're not going to be able to do it. So what do you do instead? Well, you focus on full employment. Full employment we now know is equivalent to an unemployment rate of 4.5%. So the policy prescription of the Reserve Bank is pretty obvious there. And you can kind of pursue that objective, kind of safe in the knowledge that you're not going to damage your primary objective about low inflation. And in fact, the only inflation that you're probably going to generate against that backdrop is wage inflation, and they routinely describe that as a good thing. So I think flexibility is just as important here as trying to head off potential risks that you're never quite sure are going to happen or not.
Thank you. Take the next question, please.
Stephen Martin, many guises, but currently Chairman of Bank of China. Question to both of you in respect of the issue of international education and the hit that currently has been taken in the university and other sectors of education because of the coronavirus. Michael, do you think you've underestimated in some of your commentary that you've given us today as to the effect of that, given that some estimates at the moment indicate that something like $3 billion has been lost to the Australian economy? And I'd underscore that by the fact that, using one example of a university, a group of 8, something like 70% of their returning and starting international students from China are not able to get here because of the travel ban that is likely to be extended, if you can again believe some of the media and what the government might decide it might do. So my question is to you, in terms of the economic effects, you had some information about the bushfires, and I know it's been a movable feast, and the information you provided in our document certainly was produced last year before this started. Have you underestimated the effect that coronavirus particularly is going to have on the international education market, given, of course, it's a choice that students have? It's not affecting any other country at the moment because students they're in the middle of their academic year in the Northern Hemisphere. It's affecting us simply because they're about to start. And not all universities have the luxury that, say, the University of New South Wales has,
just in the interest of time,
three
if we could get to the question.
In the second. So have you underestimated the effect? And to our political commentator as well, does the government get it? Do they understand that this is another problem and has been a major hit on the so-called surplus that's going to disappear?
Jennifer, if we could go to you first.
Well, yes, I think the government certainly gets it, but what to do about it is a much more difficult thing. I don't think it's going to be long before the universities start asking for more assistance. But at the moment, of course, what they're hoping, and they're doing online courses, and they're trying to allow students to participate long distance. And many of them, of course, have also paid their fees for this term. But I think it's going to be quite difficult for the universities to get over this, and I'm not sure what the answer is going to be, other than the universities will be screaming again. However, to my mind, this points to the complete over-reliance of the universities on the fee income from Chinese students in particular, and the risks of that, which they have happily ignored for far too long.
Well, I'll just quickly add, I thought I'd talk about tourism rather than education because it was a much harder topic. And this is kind of a very hard-hearted economist's view of the world. And my view is basically that the decision about where you're going for education is a lot more fixed. Once you've decided where you're going to go, you tend to stick with it. Holidays, you can just change your mind tomorrow and go somewhere else. But I think that education decision, once it's made, is more durable. So certainly in the short term, it's going to be a negative, and some of the numbers you mentioned are quite scary about the size of that impact. But you would expect pretty quick recovery. When we think about the medium term, one thing that is pretty clear is the size of that global student pool is only going to increase, and it's going to increase at a faster rate than the number of places in highly rated institutions like those in Australia. So I think that kind of medium term story still looks pretty positive, but there will be periods like this where disruption dominates everything else.
Okay, we've only got time for one more question. The critical debate about energy is intertwined with talk of climate, affordability, productivity and the economy. Do we see an end game yet? Question for both.
We kind of know what we have to do here. There is clearly a reluctance to go down that path, but that is starting to shift, and it's one of these areas where the opportunities do actually lie. I was speaking to a group of business people from Sweden on Monday, and they'd arrived on the weekend, of course, right at the time of the deluge and so on, and it took me a little bit of convincing. It took me time to convince them that the sun actually does shine in Australia, and it shines quite a lot, and there's all sorts of opportunities for renewable energy there. We need more investment in that space to get to where we say we want to be as well, and these bushfires do look to be kind of a game changer in terms of sentiment and what the community wants. So I think the chances are we're going to see some sort of shift in the direction that we want to go here. Clearly, from a business perspective, lack of things like energy policy, for example, is one of those uncertainties that does impede investment in this space where we clearly need to do more.
What I think's kind of been most striking, particularly over the last year, is how far and fast businesses come in realising the need for greater adaptation relative to the government. And I think the government will be playing catch-up for some time.
Thank you. With that, we'll close the session. If I could ask for a vote of thanks for Jennifer and Michael, please.
Okay. Stand up. Good morning, everybody. In the interests of maximising the time that we have, I'd like to kick off the next session. And I am actually, for those of you who can't see me behind the lectern, I am standing up. My name is Penny Burt, and I'm the CEO of Australia's leading centre for creative engagement with Asia, AsiaLink. Our work is focused on helping Australia and the Australian community navigate its future in the region. And that's very exciting and very important work to be doing right now. It gives me huge pleasure this morning to welcome our next speaker, who is well known to all of you in the room, the Honourable Kevin Rudd AC, former Prime Minister of Australia. Following the discussions this morning on the domestic political and economic outlook, Mr. Rudd is going to speak today about the global context, which is fundamentally going to influence our future and shape Australia's experience and future trajectory on climate change. As one of my former colleagues and founding executive director of the Lowy Institute once said, everything that Australia wants to achieve as a country depends on its capacity, fundamentally depends on its capacity to understand the world outside and respond effectively to it. As we know, that world outside is increasingly uncertain and, as several panellists said this morning, fraught with difficulty. That's true on the domestic front too. After what many people are now calling the summer of dread, as Terry Moran said this morning, climate change is now the #1 issue for the Australian public, and probably the #1 challenge facing us. We have a timely opportunity, a really important opportunity, to hear from one of the great interpreters of Australia's place in the world about what the international context means for prosecuting that incredibly important agenda domestically. As many of you know, our speaker has had a very long and very public commitment to climate action, including, of course, as Prime Minister and as Foreign Minister. Under Mr. Rudd's government, Australia actually ratified the Kyoto Protocol, implemented a mandatory renewable energy target, and, as we also discussed briefly this morning, actually did all the work on emissions trading schemes. A deep Asia expert. Since 2015, Mr. Rudd has actually been president of the Asia Society Policy Institute, a US think tank based in New York. The Asia Society is committed to promoting understanding and strengthening partnerships between Asia and the United States in the global context. A world-leading China expert, in all of his spare time, I understand Mr. Rudd is also researching an Oxford doctorate on China under President Xi. So all of those qualifications mean we're incredibly fortunate to have him with us today. And I'm sure, like me, you're very much looking forward to hearing his speech. Just a reminder that following Mr. Rudd's speech, which will be about 25 minutes, we will have scope for questions and answers. And of course, we have the fabulous pigeonhole technology, if I can work it, through which you're able to ask questions. So with that, could I invite Mr. Rudd to the lectern?
Well, thank you very much for the warm welcome. Greetings from Trumpland, from whence I've proceeded. And it's interesting to be here in Morrisonland in all of its richness, diversity and wonder. Speaker Steve Martin from the Australian Parliament, former Secretary of the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet, Terry Moran, my former partners in national crime, and other friends and colleagues who I've known from the business community and other parts of the country. over the years. Thank you for the invitation from CEDA. It's your 60th anniversary year, as I understand it. Well done. Having institutions which take the country's long-term trajectory seriously is important. We don't have many of them outside the halls of government. Those within the halls of government often are under duress, political or funding or policy constraints. What you do outside the halls of government is really important. And if I listen carefully to the discussion this morning and reflect assiduously on the great debates around the world today, our country's future, this country, once called the lucky country, what I now see as the complacent country, is not responding effectively to the three great global change drivers washing over us. One is in geopolitics and the emerging rift between China and the United States, which is ripping countries and polities apart way beyond these shores, but ours as well, as the bifurcation of the US-China relationship continues apace. The second is the great challenge of climate change as the world struggles to adapt and as the world struggles to act. And this will be the thrust of my remarks today. The third, touched on by Jenny Hewett before, was the revolution in technology which is washing across the economies of the world, not just in all the domains and subdomains of artificial intelligence, but dividing the world effectively into those who are taking the commanding heights of innovation and commercialisation, and those who will be the also-rans. And I fear where we end up in this deep transformation of what is called around the world the Fourth Industrial Revolution. So when institutions like CEDA take these challenges globally seriously, I say good on you, CEDA. It's important that we have considered, impartial voices on these, bringing the challenges squarely to bear on the body politic in this country. In 2007, I called climate change the greatest economic, environmental and moral challenge of our generation. I made no apology for it then. I make no apology for it today. It remains my position as of this moment. I did so because I knew that Australia, as one of the world's 20 largest emitters in the world, and the single highest per capita emitter of greenhouse gases in the world, had a responsibility to act, both our collective responsibility to protect the planet, but also our responsibility intergenerationally to our kids and to our grandkids. You ask why I use, therefore, the term moral challenge? That's it. If you're concerned about those who come after us, you are making a moral decision. If you're concerned only about you, yourself and I, you're making an amoral decision. That's why I use the term moral challenge. But beyond those considerations, I could also see how vulnerable our economy was to the impacts of climate change. I commissioned the Garnaut report back in 2007 when I was Leader of the Opposition. Garnaut found when he reported in 2008, and I quote, "Fire seasons will start earlier, end slightly later, and generally be more intense, and that this should generally become observable by 2020, unquote. We have seen this come to pass before our very eyes. It's not rocket science, it's not metaphysics, it's what we quaintly from the public policy community describe as science. Since then, the scientific case for action has become even stronger. According to the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, in its latest assessment report of 2014, we face the threat of temperatures up to 4.8 degrees higher by 2100. Sea levels rising by just under a metre on average globally by 2100. And according to their special report of 2018, the IPCC said the future is even more frightening if we cannot stay within the more ambitious 1.5 degrees centigrade limit enshrined in the Paris Agreement, let alone the 2 degrees increase that we are currently on track to see. In fact, even more than that, its impact on biodiversity will be massive. These objective conclusions by the International Panel of Climate Change Scientists march in lockstep with what the CSIRO has said as our authoritative independent national scientific body in Australia as well. The CSIRO has clocked that so far we've already seen a 1 degree increase in temperatures over the last 90 years to 100 years, resulting in, according to CSIRO, extremely high monthly maximum temperatures, which are now 6 times more common than they used to be. Mid-year rainfall has declined by about 11% in southeastern Australia since the 1990s. In the southwest, rainfall is now down 20% since 1970. Droughts, according to the CSIRO, are expected to last up to 20% longer by 2090. They expect that sea level rises of almost a metre by 2090 and higher still if the Antarctic ice sheet collapses. These are not matters of opinion, these are matters of scientific conclusion, and therefore should form the basis for any policy discussion which we in this nation have on what to do in response nationally and critically internationally. These predictions in science all come with an economic cost. Indeed, according to Deloitte Access Economics, the total economic cost of natural disasters in the 10 years to 2016 averaged just under 19 billion per year. That's equivalent to 1.2% of GDP each and every year. Those of you who doubt these figures, speak to your major insurance firms and ask them what's happening with all categories of insurance associated with natural disasters. Not a question of opinion, a matter of economic and financial fact. These are not contestable data points, as many in this country seem to think that they are. That's just bullshit. Also, natural disasters don't just take lives, destroy homes and crush livelihoods, as we've seen this summer. They close ports, they sap insurance pools, they devastate food production, they undermine tourism and they smash government budgets. Yet despite all of this, we continue to live in the complacent country when it comes to concrete national and international action on climate change. Sometimes it's important to put this into a global perspective. As the latest UN emissions gap report has told us at the end of last year, even if every country now fully implements their current Paris targets for emissions reductions, we are still on track for a 3.2 degrees centigrade average warming by the end of this century. If everyone does what they committed to in Paris, we will still see temperatures by century's end 3 degrees centigrade warmer than they are now. This, to me, coming from the driest continent on Earth, commands action. And if every country did as little as Australia is doing at present, then global average temperatures will be measurably worse than what I've just referred. It is nonsense to claim, as many climate change denialists do in this country, that the rest of the world is not acting at all. China, now the world's largest emitter, flatlined its emissions between 2014 and 2016 and is expected to peak its emissions by its planned date of 2030, if not well before. China still needs to do more, but the proposition that China is doing nothing is empirically unsustainable. The European Union has committed to achieve a 30% reduction in emissions by 2030 on 1990 levels and is expected to soon increase this target to at least 35%. The United Kingdom is likely now to go even further individually in its own name. Just the other day, Prime Minister Johnson's Conservative government announced they were bringing forward a ban on new diesel, petrol and even hybrid vehicles in 2035, in yet another demonstration of their climate leadership. The argument, therefore, that the rest of the world is not acting on climate change mitigation efforts, that is, bringing down greenhouse gas emissions, is a demonstrable lie. If someone offers that argument in the debate here in Australia, it is disprovable from the facts, not a question of opinion, it is a matter of fact. Regrettably, the Australian climate action story is the reverse to the international story that I've just referred to. The documentary record is that successive Conservative governments have now sought to carve out ways for Australia to get away with doing very little at all. Right back in 1997, during the negotiations for the original Kyoto Protocol, it was the Howard government that held the entire process hostage at the 11th hour until they, that is the United Nations, granted us, that is Australia, an exception to let Australia actually increase its emissions by 8% over the 5 years to 2012. People may have forgotten that. That was the original deal done by the then Conservative government and the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change for what is called the first Kyoto commitment period, which took effect between 2008 and 2012. We threatened effectively to collapse the conference unless they agreed to allow us to increase our emissions by 8% over that period of time. Howard also insisted on counting reduced land clearing towards this target, while knowing full well that land clearing had already been in steep decline in Australia since 1990. That is the year that the Howard government proposed as the baseline for calculating what we would do as far as the overall reduction in emissions was concerned. And then, to add insult to injury, the Howard government then refused to ratify Kyoto. I did this as my first act as Prime Minister in 2007. So let's be honest about it, Australia was never going to miss our target under the Kyoto first commitment period because it was such a lousy target. It was low to begin with and deliberately constructed as such. Our second Kyoto target was much more substantial. We committed to a unilateral reduction of 5% in our emissions on 2000 levels by 2020. But we also made sure it came with a carrot attached that if other countries made ambitious commitments, we were prepared to increase that 5% reduction target to 25%. That is by a factor of 5. At the time my government left office in 2013, our policies had Australian emissions on track to reach their lowest level in 2 decades by 2020. But under the Conservatives since then, Australian emissions have risen on average 1% a year every year. Indeed, the universally respected consultancy Endeavour Environmental, which measures each nation's carbon emissions around the world and is respected as such as being an impartial scientific body, it says that Australia's annual emissions are now the highest they have ever been if you include land clearing. The government recently put out some controversially optimistic figures showing that as a best case, emissions have risen in each of the last 3 years. That's their best case. But in the 4th year, they say, they reduced by what could be, frankly, not much more than a rounding error. Assuming you could sustain that trajectory, we'd ultimately reach net zero based on the current government's projections, not until the middle, not of this century, not of next century, but the following century. Other countries around the world are committing to net zero emissions by 2050. On current trajectories in Australia, we would reach this by 2250. Other words, just 200 years late. Again, this is not a matter of opinion, it's simply fact based on the current numbers if you draw the line. Mr Morrison may say that we will meet and beat our 20 target under the second Kyoto commitment period. The only reason is that it was an appallingly low target of 5% reductions by 2020 anyway, when measured against our 2000 levels to begin with. The Conservative government has never increased this 5% target despite the ambitious regime agreed to in the Paris Accord only 5 years ago, an outcome which, if we were still in government, would have triggered our governments to increase its carbon reduction target to a 25% cut. Instead, the Abbott government, sticking with a 5% only cut by 2020, it created one of the lowest bars in the world today, particularly when you consider the baseline that we are working off going back to Howard under the first Kyoto commitment period. But despite that very low bar, the current government is still struggling even to meet that. The Abbott government then went about low-barring Australia's emission reductions targets under the Paris commitment period covering 2020-2030. If you're confused by this schemata, it's like this. First Kyoto commitment period, 2008-2012. Second Kyoto commitment period, 2012-2020. Paris commitment period, starting this year, 2020 through to 2030. And that is how the international community globally works. You make commitments for each of these periods, they give you policy flexibility as to how you deliver it, and they then measure what's actually happening with your national emissions performance and then make a judgment as to whether you're on track or not. My overall argument to you here today is that on the first and the second and the third of these, frankly, the targets we have set for ourselves have been low bar to start with, and in the most recent ones, we are still in grave difficulty of not realising those targets, given the paucity of policy measures which have been embarked upon by the government. The final point I'd make in terms of the technical aspects of this presentation concern the use of so-called carbon credits. Who in the room has heard of the government's use of carbon credits in realising their overall carbon commitments? Again, this is somewhat esoteric, but let me just put it to you in these terms. It is an argument which says if we in the past have overachieved in Kyoto Period 1 and Kyoto Period 2 against the benchmarks we set, we get to store those credits over here and bank them against our future obligations in the Paris commitment period of 2020 to 2030. There's a problem with that, and the problem is as follows. No one else in the world agrees that you can do that. That is that in the Kyoto period, which concludes this year, 2020, you could use carbon credits under international agreement, but you cannot do so under the Paris Agreement of 2015, which covers now the 2020-2030 period. There is one government in the world which argues that you can, and you're looking at it, not me, but the one which currently governs this country. Now, this has fundamental consequences for the planet, because if, in Australia's case, if you were to take the credits, that is the overachievement that we realised up until 2020, largely on the basis of the actions taken under my government, that would mean 370 metric tonnes of Kyoto credits which can be used to offset our future responsibilities from this year on to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions onto 2030. In other words, we get to underperform yet again, drawing upon the credits of what we achieved in government ourselves. But leave that to one side. You may think this is just political sour grapes. We in the Labor government did the right thing. We performed. We brought about genuine greenhouse gas reductions, and the current government is using those credits against the future in order to make their performance look better, even though their future targets for overall greenhouse gas reductions are modest in the first place. Leave that argument to one side. What is the real danger here? No other government at the most recently convened Conference of the Parties in Madrid at the end of last year has agreed with this approach. If they were to do so and agreed this was legitimate not just for Australia, but all the other major emitters in the world, you're not just looking at 300 or so, 370 metric tonnes of Kyoto credits, you're looking at 13 billion megatonnes of unused carbon credits from all the other emitters who had accumulated credits themselves in the period leading up to 2020. In other words, those countries could use those credits to bank against the future as well, and therefore reduce their overall future substantive actions to bring down greenhouse gas emissions. That is the essential danger of the approach that we are now adopting as Australia. And on this point, could I make this as an overall pitch? When Australia acts in this manner, we are not just regarded as a minor irrelevant participant. This country is a G20 economy. It is the 12th largest in the world. Taken together with other economies whose total emissions represent between 1 and 2% of global greenhouse gas emissions each, we represent together, those middle-sized economies, something like 1/4 of the world's total greenhouse gas emissions. So if a country like us just walks out the door and says, hey, we're not taking this seriously, and secondly, we're going to rort the rules, the ripple effect of that in terms of the rest of the international community is significant. Not just reputationally, where it serves to trash our global image as responsible global citizens and participate effectively in multilateral responses to common global problems, but in the precedent it establishes for other large-scale emitters. As I move to conclude these remarks before we go to questions, I want to reflect on what we have been able to achieve so far and point to some future courses of action. If you look back at the record of what we have actually done in reducing greenhouse gas emissions in Australia, 3 measures were taken, all under my government, and 2 of them remain. Nothing else has been done by way of concrete policy decision, which as of today is additionally reducing greenhouse gas emissions. The first of those measures we took in 2009, which was the introduction of the mandatory renewable energy target. When we were elected, renewables stood at less than 4% of total electricity supply in this country. The figure today is 27%. Why? We introduced a law to make it mandatory. But what the industry has done, building on the law and the legislation that we said, which was 20% by 2020, is the industry has developed its own critical mass, its own self-confidence, and grown. As a result, the original plan we had, which was to have a renewable energy industry in Australia which was not infantile, but developed and mature and of sufficient critical mass to begin becoming a major player in domestic electricity markets, the policy has worked and the legislation has remained in force. And by law, we have made it possible for this industry to come into being. Achievement number 1, and that of itself, in itself, as demonstrated by research from independent institutions, has resulted in some 2.2 million small-scale renewable systems being installed across the country within the framework of the renewable energy target, and therefore represents of itself 1/3 of our total abatement efforts so far. So when you hear the argument nothing has happened, please bear that in mind. That is real, and despite attempts to both amend, water down and repeal that legislation, the Senate so far has resisted that. Number 2 was, of course, the pricing of carbon. That of itself, when it was introduced, between the years 2012 and 14, resulted annually in an 8.2% drop in overall emissions before the Abbott government repealed it in 2015. Thirdly, the much maligned energy efficient homes package, made up of insulation for homes together with solar panels for roofs, subsidised, and solar hot water systems, effectively covered about 22% of the nation's total housing stock. The consequence of that of itself has been to reduce total emissions of nearly 20 million tonnes of CO2 equivalent. 40% of all household energy in Australia is devoted to heating and cooling. That is why we did what we did. As you know, there were problems in the implementation of the program. There were 4 fatalities out of 1.3 million homes which were beneficiaries of this overall scheme, for which the shoddy operators who were operating as contractors were then held accountable under OH&S law. But taken together, these 3 sets of measures produced a 10% drop in our emissions in real terms over this period. So therefore, my argument to you is that what we do as government policy and through government legislation has a measurable empirical effect. And if we had sustained a carbon price through to the present, that effect would have been even much more profound. Let me conclude by saying that for the future, I would recommend 10 simple points. And that is, what should governments of the left and the right... You seem to be very excited up the front, sir. Sorry? You got a problem with what I'm saying? No. You seem to be very demonstrable in the front row. I'll take my first question from you. The number 1 is Australia must commit in legislation to net zero emissions by 2050, establishing a clear adaptation glide path over the next 30 years. Second, Australia needs a carbon price as a matter of urgency. Business needs certainty. The financial sector is already voting with its feet. Third, take the decision by Fink, most recently on behalf of BlackRock in the United States. Third, in the absence of a carbon price, Australia would need to achieve the same mitigation effect through regulation in power generation, product standards, including motor vehicles, and energy efficiency. Fourth, Australia cannot support an expansion of coal-fired generating capacity. Private finance will no longer support such projects. That's the impact of what BlackRock's most recent decision is, and it will be taken up across all the financial majors worldwide. Fifth, Australia should make a greater use of gas domestically to help reduce our long-term domestic reliance on coal-fired power stations. Natural gas is still carbon, but is less damaging than coal. Gas is a great bridging energy resource to a carbon-neutral future, including, if necessary, for baseload power stations. 6, Australia should be standing at the forefront of global solar research and storage, as well as the renewable energy sector more generally. 7, Australia's venture capital industry needs to back renewable energy research. If further tax incentives are necessary for this, then it should be done. Superannuation funds in this country, which already benefit extensively from government policy, must play a bigger role. 8, Australia can also export the materials needed through this decarbonising transition. We have lithium reserves for batteries and other metals which are widely used in renewable generation. There's no reason also why lithium batteries cannot be made here. 9, a national clean energy adjustment fund will be needed to support individuals, companies and communities to adapt to decarbonisation with new jobs and new industries. And finally, global climate change action is a great diplomatic opportunity for middle powers such as Australia. You see, for us, the bottom line is this. The world watches what we do domestically, but we have a huge interest, national interest, in what the world does globally on GHG reduction, greenhouse gas reduction. When you hear Conservatives say it doesn't matter what we do because the rest of the world is so big and we are so small, it glides over one point. As the driest continent on Earth, which has just been through the great summer inferno, we have a material national interest in leveraging effective national action through international forums to maximise global action to bring down global greenhouse gas emissions. That's the only thing that works in terms of bringing down temperatures for Australia for the future. But we can't enter that space so long as we choose to remain as pariahs outside the tent, which is where we are at present. So it's not a question of dewy-eyed sentimentalism and idealism saying that we should be out there because it's just the right thing to do. Well, it is the right thing to do. But it is in our economic self-interest to do it in terms of leveraging other countries around the world to act on bringing down their emissions. We have a fundamental national interest in being national, international leaders on climate change action as we once were, not because it's a vague political aspiration. It is only by that means that we can achieve reductions necessary to keep temperature increases this century within 1.5 degrees centigrade. There is no alternative course or path to the future. Thank you, and I look forward to the first question from him.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rudd. That was an extremely enlightening speech, and I've taken 3 pages of notes here so we can ensure that the discussion is focused and accurate. Before we kick off the questions, can I just remind everyone, if you're going to ask a question from the floor, could you please tell us your name and your organisation and keep the question short? And if I don't stop you, Mr. Rudd will. Can I also remind you that we can use the pigeonhole technology, and when I stood up there were not yet any questions through. So with that, please, I think the first question is down here in the front row.
Okay, Alan Clear from Insight Partners. If you put me on the spot, I would like to know the top 3 things that you would do. When you talked about your policy, you had 3 things. My comment about the 10 was it's a long laundry list. If we're going to do things, we need to concentrate on the things that have maximum impact. So out of your list of 10, what are the top 3?
The top 3 were the top 3 out of the 10. That's why I started with 1, went on to 2 and went on to 3. I finished at 10. The first was this. We need a carbon price. 2, if we can't get a carbon price, achieve it by regulation. And that's through regulatory standards, whether it's on appliances or motor vehicles or the rest of the transport sector or in the stationary energy sector, to achieve the same outcome by different and I would say less flexible means. Why were we committed to carbon pricing? It's a flexible means. It's a market-based mechanism where choices are made across the economy. But if this mob in the current parliament are not going to permit that approach because they're anti-market, and instead they prefer the dead hand of socialism to do it through a bunch of regulations, and other countries around the world are doing this, then that's the logical corollary to the absence of a carbon price. You either achieve a GHG reduction on the basis of a carbon price which is universal across the economy, which then changes market behaviour accordingly as we price the externality, if you like, of the impact on the economy of growing greenhouse gas emissions and make people pay for it through their individual corporate decisions. But if the political process is so dominated by the climate denialists of the Liberal Party and the National Party, then you go to the alternative approach, which is then to regulate the economy to achieve the same outcome. That was proposal number 2. And proposal number 3 is, given the success that we've achieved through the mandatory renewable energy target legislated by my government, which they have not been able to repeal despite multiple attempts, and we now have this big mass of renewable energy providers in this country, then take that and leverage that into new areas of research, innovation, venture capital support, so that we turn this into a major additional new generator of employment across the country, as well as assisting in further bringing down our total greenhouse gas emissions. If you're interested in the rest of the 10, the text of the remarks, which I summarised in my speech before, we'll hand to CEDA and they'll put it up online. But these are not, as you said, a laundry list. That's quite wrong. In fact, it's offensive. These are considered points about actual policy action which can be taken, which has a material effect, which is why when I enumerated the 3 earlier actions by my government, I indicated the effect they had in actual greenhouse gas emissions. These are not just things that float into the air. These are material decisions which have an effect on the real economy, which is measurable.
Thank you very much. We have a question just here in the middle. Thank you.
Lisa Magnani, Macquarie University. I'm interested in asking you to expand your number 9, which speaks of the transition for workers and communities from an old-fashioned economy, carbon-based, to a new economy, the way you envisioned in your great speech and presentation. And of course, we understand that this is highly political, as well as high priority in terms of economic terms.
If you look at economic history, great transformations in energy have always had a huge effect on economies and societies. There's a recent evocative study of the arrival of the combustion engine on the land transport system of New York. In 1900, there was something like 1.25 million horses in New York. The place stunk to high heaven as well, by the way, through horse manure. By 1915, you were down to about a couple of thousand. Now, the economic adjustment associated with that in terms of people who looked after horses, quite apart from the horses themselves, was huge. But the internal combustion engine brought about a massive new set of employment opportunities through people who made them, people who serviced them, and the rest. And so it is with the transition, if you were, through this new energy revolution, post the internal combustion engine fueled by carbon, into the renewable energy futures that I described in my remarks. The actual transition, however, in particular communities, is what we as a social democratic government take particular care in, which is not to simply throw people under the bus and say, go and find a new job, when you may not be able to do so in that locality or near localities. And that's why you have to be able to have a flexible fund available, ideally jointly between industry and government, but deployed locally and by authorities, local authorities who matter and have accountability to those communities to build the adjustment mechanisms. Now, I think, Steve, you're from Wollongong, Steve Martin, we've seen this in the transformation of Wollongong over the years. We've seen it in Newcastle over the years. when BHP turned around and said it was the end of manufacturing steel in Newcastle, there was a view that was the end of Newcastle. Well, the renewal of the Newcastle economy is a phenomenon to behold. And it's been done through successive levels of also industry policy support and intervention by various levels of government. That's what I'm talking about here. It's doable, and it's the way to deal with both the social impact, but frankly the manageability of the politics of such a transition as well, rather than just saying, screw you, industry changes come, goodbye.
That's a very nice segue, Mr. Rudd, to a question that we've just had. That's a great vision for how we respond from a structural adjustment perspective and create new jobs and actually reach into that fiscal policy bucket to do something different. The question here is, how do you do that? What needs to happen to overcome politics and ideology so we can have a bipartisan commitment to climate change action?
It sounds like a question I got this morning on Melbourne ABC radio from Virginia Trioli. And my response to Virginia was as follows. Virginia, that sounds like a perfectly civilised dinner time conversation. But can I put it to you in pretty blunt terms? The legislative actions to bring about change to reduce greenhouse gas emissions in this country have been brought about by Labor governments and have been fought in the trenches by the Conservatives. Every step of the way, every election along the way. Usually with the great national echo chamber, otherwise called the Murdoch newspapers. Now, so when we therefore talk about bipartisanship, a very polite term, we can all have an Edwardian tea party and wish that it would be better. We can have a seminar afterwards and hope that reasonableness prevails so that no one gets upset. This is a hardline political fight between those of us on the centre-left who kind of got the project about 15 years ago, finally understood the science and decided this is big, we've got to do something about it. And we have fought every election on this question since then and been opposed by the Conservatives. I would have thought that after the great Australian inferno over the summer, that even Scotty from marketing would get the message that this is no longer a sustainable proposition, that something fundamental is hitting the economy amidships. When I run into families who evacuated their kids from schools here and who were staying over the summer after the end of the term because of fires in and around Sydney, that begins to have a reputational effect. Tourism numbers affected by fires, the real economy being affected by fires, quite apart from the property losses and the destruction. So, the essential question is this: what does the Liberal Party, aided by their progressive comrades in the National Party, now do on this question? And I do not know the answer to that. Some of you may be members of the Liberal Party. I don't know. But I would think in terms of political survival that there must be a force for change. The breakout in the last week by the Trent Zimmermans of this world, by the Melbourne equivalents, by those who have inner city seats in Brisbane for the Liberal Party, about the need for a redirection of course on climate, is the beginning of the indication of some change. And so too is the fight back within the Conservative parties as well, and again reinforced by the echo chamber of Murdoch, which has been a consistent campaigner against climate change action for about the last 10 to 15 years. So if that happens, then we're starting to cook with gas, so to speak. If it doesn't happen, then we're going to have another ugly, knock them down, drag them out fight at the next election on a future course of action on domestic carbon mitigation and appropriate parallel international action. And I just wish the country would get over it. We'd be 10 years into carbon transition by now had the Green Party not allied with the Liberals to kill carbon pricing through the ETS back in 2009. We'd be 10 years down the track. We wouldn't have been having this discussion. Everyone would just be kind of adjusting accordingly. Why did we do it back then? Because I knew when I announced that policy and went down to explain it in the guts of an open-cut coal mine in Queensland at the time, that it would hurt people. But it was far better. We had a decade plus to begin to transition out of this, rather than an investment decision in New York where they deny finance to a project, killing these things stone dead. What will be the adjustment then?
Thank you very much, Mr. Rudd. This is beginning to feel like question time. So those of you who have Dixes, if you could hold them. I have two questions down here in the front. Meriden, over there on the right, thank you. Meriden Varel, KPMG.
Thank you. I'm Meriden Varel from KPMG. Hi. Thank you very much, Mr. Rudd, for that very insightful speech. You concentrated on climate change, but you did mention at the outset there were a couple of other very important international contextual issues that impacted Australia's ability to economically develop. And I wondered if you could ever so quickly talk to us a little bit about that divide between China and the US and also that tech revolution and the combination of those two things as well and how that might impact Australia's development. Thank you.
Meriden, sorry, not surprisingly, I had that question. Can I just check before we move to US-China, Mr. Rudd, if you don't mind, if we could take any other climate change relevant questions and then segue across, would that be all right? Steve, you had a question? Was it climate change related? And Terry, thank you. Just to...
Prime Minister, how is it that we can convince...
Speaker.
How is it that we can convince the electorate of these issues as well? If the 2019 election was supposed to be a climate change election, it didn't turn out that way for the progressive side of politics who were arguing for the change.
Good, okay. Are there any other climate questions? We could take them in a lump.
And one from Mr. Moran in the front. So for those of you who didn't hear, Mr. Martin's question was, if the last election was meant to be a climate change election, why were voters not convinced? And then Terry.
I think the new president of the European Commission has speculated publicly about using a new style equivalent of tariffs at the border to penalise imports from countries that are not addressing climate change. And as President Trump is now using tariffs as a bolster to negotiations with other countries like China, do you think this particular part of what could be done will start to gain more currency?
Thank you. Just to respond to both Steve's and Terry's questions, which go to how do you prosecute effectively this argument and do new developments in terms of European pricing policy or taxing policy, make that any easier. I think my response would be along these lines. More than a decade ago, I advanced a series of arguments about the cost of action and the cost of inaction on climate change. I would have given 1,000 speeches on this subject in various parts of the country. Back then, a lot of folk thought that the cost of inaction was an abstraction. Now it's concrete. It's not just the fires, that's part of it. It's not just other extreme weather events, that's part of it. It's not just now the changing cost and availability of capital for such projects. And you've already seen the decision by certain international sovereign funds to divest from carbon-heavy investments in this country. That's the very beginning of the breaking of the dam on this, to which the decision by BlackRock, the world's largest investment house, is seminal and agreed between the management of BlackRock and the major banks of the world before it was made public. And then you go to what Terry's just referred to, which is what I did warn about a decade ago, which is carbon tariffs. I recently had discussions with unnamed people from the European Commission. This is on the drawing board, big time. And so therefore, carbon tariffs against non-compliant countries like ours are no longer an abstraction. They are moving to reality. So Steve, where policy meets politics is the argument that I advanced way back then about the cost of inaction now becomes real in terms of job losses here. And that, I think, is a missing element in our, as it were, tangible argument up until now, because the tangible evidence wasn't as manifest, hasn't been as manifest as it is now.
Thank you. And I realise that we're sitting between you and lunch, but I think we would all really appreciate...
Whether just serve lunch, I'm perfectly happy.
Great.
I'm racking off at 1 o'clock because I've got to go to Canberra of all places. So You got 10 minutes of this or 10 minutes of eating, whatever you'd like.
Yeah, they keep holding up signs for me at the back. So, Melinda, with due apology, I'd like to go back to Merredin's question, and I think given your expertise in the US-China relationship and your perspectives on the global environment in which Australia is trying to prosecute its future interests, I think we'd be very interested in your views on the US-China dynamic. And I think, Merredin, you particularly focused on what are the implications there for the digital divide and for Australia.
Thank you for those questions. The Asia Policy Institute, which I head in New York, we deal with these three big questions. And they're not just global questions, they're also Asia-specific questions. US-China, climate, tech, and they all interconnect. On US-China, the truth is, since the end of 2017, in a seminal statement by the United States government, formally redefining China as a strategic competitor and no longer pursuing a policy of strategic engagement with Beijing, the game has shifted. The trade war is but one manifestation of that, as is the current temporary trade ceasefire that we've seen through the Phase 1 agreement, the signing ceremony of which I participated in as one of the observers a few weeks ago in Washington. Phase 2 trade agreement, very difficult, because it goes to intractable questions concerning the future of Chinese state subsidy for their firms in the global marketplace, which goes to the absolute essence of the future competitiveness of American international firms, including in areas like 5G, where it's Huawei versus an Ericsson Nokia alternative, where Huawei does receive significant state subsidy in one form or another around the world, leaving aside all the national security arguments. So the Chinese response to this change in strategy and posture by the United States has been to wait and see. But in reported remarks from Xi Jinping in the middle of last year at a Politburo meeting, he said, "We are now looking at a period of sustained strategic provocation from America for the next 30 years, through until mid-century." So whether we like it or not in this country, or whether any other country in our wider region likes it or not, the strategic binaries between these two giants in the global economic living room and the global national security living room have become clear. So the implications for all of us as third countries and third economies is how to manage the binary tension. I'll just say one thing about that. We should, as Australians, be very careful about what I describe as indiscriminate, loose public language, which the current government does from time to time in its management of the China relationship. Of itself, the structural tensions we have with China are sufficient to make this a difficult task. Whether I was the Prime Minister today, whether Mr Morrison's the Prime Minister, any Prime Minister would find managing this relationship difficult. That's just the truth of it. But you add huge new degrees of difficulty when members of the government routinely just shoot off their mouths in forms of public abuse against China, which simply add further lead to the saddlebags. It's far better that we are prosecuting an Australian national strategy towards China, which is deeply mindful of our interests, deeply mindful of our values, and we're prosecuting this operationally rather than a declaratory statement through the pages of The Australian every Tuesday morning, because that simply makes matters unnecessarily worse. And every other country in the region experiences the same. Japan, for example, which has historically a much more problematic relationship with China than we do, in the last 2 years has become much closer to China, notwithstanding the great strategic tensions between the two countries and the fact that they have contested territorial space in the East China Sea. But nonetheless, they are managing to prosecute a relationship on 5G, on trade, on investment, on tech, and on foreign policy, which keeps the dynamics of the relationship within manageable bounds. That has not been the case here. In fact, India has prosecuted a more stable relationship with China in the last several years than we have. So therefore, I'm not saying this is easy. it's really hard because of the structural reasons I referred to at the outset, involving changes in strategic posture. But we are simply compounding unnecessarily the degree of difficulty to the disadvantage of this country. One final random thought on tech is just this. Xi Jinping has made a statement in April of 17 which said, "He who commands artificial intelligence and the industries which support it, from semiconductors through to supercomputing, through the particular applications in artificial intelligence, will command the 21st century economy." China's national R&D effort, China's industry policy effort, is in support of China achieving dominance in each of the 10 major sectors of 21st century tech. Now, the United States itself has got that message and is acting in its own way. What I fear for countries like ourselves is that we are becoming, as it were, kind of trailing in the dust in these stakes. There are critical areas of artificial intelligence where this country at a level of research is in fact world class. But I go to the question of the extent to which our venture capital industry will apply its creativity and its cash to turning these into huge Australian AI brands for the future. That's where the generator of the next tranche of global growth comes from. And at present, we're not even the caboose at the end of the train. That's the problem. Enough said.
But very powerfully said. And
I'll
I think
be very fast.
Absolute last one. And Ming Long, I know you'll be fast.
I would just say the BlackRock announcement, check it out, because as I understand it, only applies to active funds. And a passive fund market is a huge component of the market, and that has not shifted. So we need an index without fossil fuels. My question to you was, what's your view of Australia's approach to the Asian diaspora in this country in context of managing the Chinese relationship? And is there a country around the world you think is doing it best?
One of the things which has saddened me most in the last 6 weeks or so is watching the tragedy unfold in China with coronavirus, which is a deeply human tragedy. Put yourself in the minds of being in a family today in Wuhan, a city of 15 million people, China's traditional industrial heartland, and just dealing with the day's anxieties. This is a human story. People of Wuhan didn't cause this virus. Bad regulation of a particular seafood market is probably the cause. Yet the terror that people are living through is palpable, it's physical, it's personal. What I've found disappointing around the world and alarming is the simple lack of human compassion in political communications from governments around the world understanding the human dimensions of this. It's kind of a reason why I jump into social media through Chinese Weibo on a regular basis. Chinese Weibo is like Twitter, because I speak Chinese and I write Chinese. Just sending out simple messages like, "We're with you," because people feel very alone. I asked my office the other day to check what statements Prime Minister Morrison had made of solidarity with the Chinese people since this whole thing erupted. He thanked the Chinese for helping get our folks out of Wuhan, but I stand to be correct on this, I just haven't seen an expression of basic humanity to a frightening pestilence. Across the world, there has been, unfortunately, a similar indifference on the part of many Western countries towards China's condition in these circumstances. However, I've noticed very carefully the Chinese government from time to time has expressed their genuine thanks to the expressions of solidarity from Japan towards their condition. Now, if any two countries in the world have reasons to hate each other, it's China and Japan, given, let's call it, a colourful history, going back at least 500 years to Hideyoshi-san. But you know something? There's, in moments of crisis, think about your own lives. When you feel really alone, you do look around to see if you have any friends. I've got to say, international politics ain't much different to that. So people look for friends. And I think we could be doing a lot better on that, particularly when so many, as in your previous session you indicated, so many Chinese families entrust their kids to us to attend our schools and universities, hundreds of thousands of them over the years. More of them come here to study than any other country in the world, apart from the United States. So I would think it's either just basic morality or enlightened self-interest, which would cause us to be more humane, more sensitive, more engaging and understanding of what is a human tragedy. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Rudd, for finishing on a note of such compassion and for a very compelling speech which has given us not just insight, but valuable facts and a 10-point agenda for action. So with that, thank you very much for joining us today. And can I now invite Melinda to the stage? And I did actually ask someone to remind me to give Mr. Rudd his present, so I'm going to do that now.
Thanks, Penny. I know you've given a formal vote of thanks, but I hope people will indulge me just to call out a couple of quick observations from Mr. Rudd's comments. I think it's really the comments made about the role that Australia plays in global institutions and in setting global policy is really important to reflect on. Mr. Rudd referenced the G20, and I happened to be involved with the International Monetary Fund when the G20 was established and saw firsthand the role that Australia played in its leadership and support for and advocacy of the G20 for the specific reason of making sure that the right voices and the smaller voices were around the table. And that's really significant. It's been to Australia's benefit. And Australia for years has played an honest broker role in those institutions and has stood well for it. So I think that's a key message to take from the comments that were made. And I think also the focus on just acknowledging that energy is the source of our economic development and has always been. And we have managed many, many, many energy transformations in the past. And we need to manage this one in a way which gives people confidence that we can continue to build on our tremendous comparative advantage in the energy space, including renewable energy. And he's gone now, but I'm going to say I'm never going to use the word bipartisan again. I don't know about the rest of you. So it is lunchtime now. Please enjoy lunch. I have to say one thing that I forgot to say earlier. I'm glad we've made it to lunch without any events, because I forgot to tell you that if there is an emergency, in the event of an emergency, please listen to CEDA staff or the venue staff and you'll be looked after. So enjoy lunch, and we'll be back up on stage shortly to talk about competitiveness. Thank you.
Year for CEDA. Strengthening our research capabilities and program has been a priority over the past 2 years, and much of this foundational work is now complete. We released 3 major reports in 2019, starting with Sustainable Budgets, underwriting Australia's social compact in March. This report identified options that can help deliver long-term, equitable and sustainable federal budgets, while also increasing transparency and therefore community trust. CEDA's second research report, Effects of Temporary Migration, was released in July. The report aimed to better understand the role that temporary migrants play in Australia's economy. The report provided key recommendations on how the federal government could enhance its approach to temporary migration policy, ensuring the stability of the program in the years to business leaders to better understand community expectations of business and the challenges facing business leaders. CEDA's cross-sectoral membership base drawn from across business, government, academia and the not-for-profit sector, is invaluable for bringing unique insights to important policy issues that matter for Australia's future. These issues form the core of our policy stack and will continue to be our focus in the coming year. In addition to a re-energised focus on research, in 2019 CEDA delivered more than 300 events across Australia that attracted nearly 600 high-calibre speakers. Highlights included CEDA's annual national flagship events, such as the Economic and Political Overview publication and event series, which was launched in Brisbane in February. The launch was followed by 8 events held around the country with more than 2,000 attendees. Other highlights included CEDA's State of the Nation conference held at Parliament House in Canberra and the annual State of the State events held across Australia. Coverage of CEDA's research and events was strong in 2019, helping to ensure CEDA content reached a wide audience, with coverage across Australia's leading media outlets, including The Australian Financial Review, the ABC and Sky News. On the CEDA stage in New South Wales, Premier the Honourable Gladys Berejiklian delivered the 2019 New South Wales State of the State address to the largest audience ever to attend the event. And the Social CEO Alison Watkins delivered the keynote address and participated in a panel discussion joined by Hester CEO Debbie Blakey, Thinking the Unthinkable founder and co-director Nick Gowing, and Edelman Australia CEO Stephen Spur. This year saw the introduction of the State of Western Sydney as part of CEDA's growing audience at the Western Sydney Growth Series in Parramatta, with Minister for Western Sydney, the Honourable Stuart Ayres. Other event highlights in New South Wales include the CEDA Copeland Leadership Program Workshop, which delivered another cohort of graduates who were mentored by some of Australia's top business leaders. And Federal Treasurer Josh Frydenberg gave the keynote address at CEDA's annual dinner. 2020 is already shaping up to be an exciting year for CEDA. The Economic and Political Overview will be launched in Sydney in February, followed by a series of events across Australia. A strong research agenda is taking shape that will see a series of reports produced during the year on data, migration, disrupting disadvantage, and the second Community Pulse Survey. And in addition to CEDA's annual State of the Nation conference in Canberra in June, a high-level forum on the policy implications of technology and data is being planned. CEDA would like to thank all members, sponsors, contributing authors and speakers for their dedicated support. We look forward to your continued engagement with CEDA in 2020.
and to interrupt lunch, but we've got an action-packed agenda. That's what I have to offer you, so I have to keep interrupting you. I'm sorry. We're now going to shift gears again, and we're going to move on to the really important topic of competitiveness. And to join me on stage to help bring some real insight to that conversation is Arturo Bris from the International Institute of Management Development, IMD, as most of you would know it. And Arturo is going to give us a presentation, and then we'll have some Q&A. And for those of you who don't know, CEDA partners with the IMD in delivering an Australian contribution or perspective, if you like, on competitiveness, and we're happy to do so. And we always get out and about with a report and try to draw some insights that relate to Australia's own policy challenges. So I'm sure that's going to be a focus for our conversation. So I'm going to sit down, hand over to you, and then, as usual, we'll have Q&A afterwards. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is very difficult for a Spanish person to speak after lunch because we normally go for lunch and go for sleep, and I understand that it will be also very difficult for you, especially when you have to hear about competitiveness and productivity and all of this boring stuff. When you should expect something more entertaining. But let me tell you who I am and what I do. And I want to start by thanking CEDA for this opportunity, because CEDA has been for a long time our partner in Australia when working and analysing and studying the competitiveness of the country. We publish every year the World Competitiveness Report, where we rank 63 countries. Australia does relatively well, and I'm going to talk about that. But the work that CEDA does in the country at promoting the results is also very important for us. As you may know as well, IMD is a business school, so we work with executives. And we based our report, our competitiveness report, mostly on the opinions by executives. And we also think that as a business school, for us as well, working with executives on this topic like competitiveness is relevant. Not just because it's a theme that should interest executives, but we also think that is the most important theme that should be relevant for executives today. And let me start by talking about that aspect in my discussion. You see, one of the big trends that we see today is the importance of governments when it comes to determining the success of companies. As I always say today, it is much easier for a company in the United States to succeed than for the same company in Belarus or in Argentina or in Indonesia, because the United States is more competitive. Add to that the fact that we see today in the last 2 years, I would say, of a trend towards deglobalization, in which the importance of the global factors is declining in favor of country-specific factors. And in that sense, we need to realize that policies that Australia will implement as a country are going to be extremely, again, important to determine the success of your companies or your institutions. And that's what I'm going to discuss, which are the policies that make a country competitive. Okay? Obviously, you know, technology is going to also be determined by different country forces. And it's a topic that was introduced earlier by some of the speakers, and I'm also going to speak about that myself. To what extent policies determine the success of the technological digital transformation of companies. Balance of power of changing, regulatory arbitrage is important, and at the end of the day, for successful executives, it's very important to understand these global forces and what drives the competitiveness of nations. We have been talking about economic growth and GDP per capita and quality of life indices and so on. I want to emphasize today the idea that we have finally come to an agreement that the right objective of economic policy should be competitiveness. It is not about growth necessarily. It is not about inequality. It's not about quality of life. It is not about happiness or prosperity. It is about all of these factors together. And that's exactly what we mean by the competitiveness of a country. Okay? Let me start by clarifying that before I show you how Australia stands in our rankings. The concept of competitiveness is very simple. It starts with assessing the productivity of a country. Productivity measured in many different ways. Productivity typically measured as output per capita. But productivity is not the end of the equation. The competitiveness of a nation results from a combination of inputs and outputs. The inputs of competitiveness are, traditionally the factors that determine your productivity. Some of them are given. Your ability or availability of natural resources or your geographical position, the choices about education or values, okay, that determine how productive our economy is. But productivity by itself is not the only outcome of our economic policy. Productivity should aim to providing people's prosperity, which is measured through wages, of course, government spending, attraction of foreign investment, happiness, quality of life. Any of these aspects of our goodwill and our quality of life that are relevant to provide favorable means and quality of life to people. So the combination of all of these inputs and outputs with productivity in the middle is what determines the competitiveness of a nation. I say that because, when I have been reading about Australia and press statements and political statements by some of your top politicians, there is a big confusion about what competitiveness is. I come from a country in which we had a ministry for the economy and competitiveness. And of course, I happened to meet the minister. I said, competitiveness. I said, Minister, what is competitiveness? And he gave me the wrong answer. I said, damn it. Now I understand why in my country we have 50% youth unemployment. Okay? Because he told me that competitiveness is the ability of a country to export better and more. I might say, unfortunately, that this is very often what I hear in Australia as well. We think that we are competitive because we export more, or because we sign a trade agreement with Indonesia, this is going to be and make our companies more competitive, which is not entirely the case. Competitiveness, again, refers to the ability of a nation to generate prosperity for its people. How? By designing economic institutions and industrial policies so that our economy is productive. Let's look at the data, and actually let's discuss whether Australia is competitive or not. This data shows productivity trends for the last 70 years for some economies, including Australia. As you can see, for the majority of the world economies, productivity has increased threefold over the last 70 years. Just to give you a reference, productivity increase over this period is exactly the same as the productivity increases that the world has enjoyed in the previous 19 centuries. So we live in the best of our times when it comes to productivity. Okay? Obviously, when you ask what is the main driver of our productivity increases in the last 70 years, people say the answer is technology. We have reached these levels of technological advancement that has made it possible to produce more with less. We produce more output with fewer people, and that is boosting productivity. Well, let me show you some striking numbers. When you look at productivity increases per year, you can see that in countries like the United States, France, Germany, Switzerland, or the United Kingdom, productivity increases over time have been declining. This is actually something that has been shown earlier, that we call the productivity puzzle. Australia is no different from that. Look at what this means. This graph shows that in the last 10 years, our prosperity levels have not increased. We are not more competitive today than we were 10 years ago. And that's a big problem, because we have done so in the midst of the biggest technological revolution of our history. That's truly crazy. We have the best machines, the best technology and artificial intelligence and robotics and so on, yet we live as well off, at least today, than we do and we did 10 years ago. Okay? And you may actually argue that productivity is measured in the wrong way and economists are always faking numbers and so on. But let me tell you what the impact of productivity is. Productivity determines wages. And the direct effect of this is that if you look at Australian figures, for example, in the last 10 years, in real terms, salaries in the country have increased about 0.2% on an annual basis. Again, we are not making more money through technology, we are making at most as much money as before. So that's the first idea that I want to convey. We are not better off today than we were 10 years ago. And we have a basic competitiveness challenge, which is how do we boost our productivity, not only to grow our economies, but also to make sure that people earn a decent way of living. Okay? At the end of the day, you know, the best summary, this doesn't show very well in my graph, but the best summary of the world economy actually can be represented by these three lines, which again is not well shown in the slide. Let me describe what I'm trying to say there. We have had a sluggish economic growth, but this economic growth has not been enjoyed by labor income, because salaries have been growing much less in the last 10 years, even than our GDP has done. Which basically means that this is an increasing wage that is enjoyed more and more by capital income. That's income inequality. Okay? So I am adding this fact to what we saw earlier. The increase or the mild increase in our productivity, which doesn't drive prosperity increases in average, has come accompanied by a massive increase in our income inequalities, which again can be attributed to technology itself. Okay? Because look at what happened with technology, and I think that's something that we need to discuss widely over the next months in our political circles. For once, within countries, technology is going to create massive inequalities between those who have high productive jobs through technology and then can earn high salaries and those who don't, who are left behind because of technology and then can have to work in very low paid jobs. But technology is also going to create a massive inequality across economies. And that actually is something that you can see in this graph that comes from a very recent report by the United Nations Trade for Development, UNCTAD. If you look at the size and the magnitude of the digital giants in the world and where they are located, we see here a bipolar world when it comes to technology. We have China and the United States, if you go on Asia and the United States, and then the rest. Europe, which is almost negligible, Latin America, that you cannot see there, and Australia, that is not even there as well. Why is that the case? Well, this is the case not only, as I hear very often, because Americans and Chinese are very innovative, and we Europeans or you Australians are not. No, it is because capital, which is the source of dominance in the technology world, is provided through regulation. And both China and the United States have better regulation to attract capital, and those they have the best capital markets. Okay? I give you a very good example. I'm sure that you have heard of Skype. Okay? Skype is one amazing, huge technology company, founded in Tallinn, Estonia. But you cannot find it in this graph. Why? Because it was bought by Microsoft. So this graph hides the fact that, in fact, when it comes to technology, a source of massive inequality is availability of capital. It's not that we are not innovative in Australia or in Europe. It's that we are sucked by the technology giants. The United Nations is actually arguing for data tariffs because income inequality can be prevented by imposing tariffs on importing data countries like the United States or China at the expense of exporting data countries, like, for example, Brazil or Spain or any other economy that is not dominant in technology. I think that's an important consideration when it comes to the future of our competitiveness and the role that technology is going to play, because we cannot just argue that all of our productivity increase in the future need to come from innovation. It needs to be innovation that, number one, creates jobs, and innovation that, number two, increases our productivity. Because do all technological innovations increase our productivity? And the answer is, I'm not sure about that. Okay? So in that context, I can show you the solutions that our economists are given to the problem of productivity and competitiveness. President Macron in France imposes a new policy to increase productivity and puts the country on fire. People do not like it. The United States is struggling today between a choice of protectionism by Donald Trump or higher taxes to capital by the Democrats. Who knows who is going to win? In countries like Venezuela or the United Arab Emirates, the solutions to this productivity puzzle go by either creating jobs and forgetting about anything else, or providing subsidies to people to make them happy. Okay? By the way, note that China fits into the United Arab Emirates solution. It's an economy where the productivity challenge is ignored, in favor of job creation. Let's create jobs and forget about everything else. Okay? In Switzerland and in other European countries, we have been talking about universal basic income schemes, which I strongly believe that is going to be one of the solutions of the future. So one possible solution to our economic problems of the future is how to provide sustainable means to people that do not earn a high salary or do not earn a salary at all because they are sent to unemployment by our technologies. Okay? These solutions, in a sense, summarize everything that we see in the political landscape today. We don't have much more than that. And in fact, I think we need to go one step ahead and think about what are the true transformations that we need in order to make our economies better. When I mean better, when I say better, I mean more prosperous for people and individuals. Okay? What about Australia? And I don't want to take much more time than showing you the numbers. In our ranking of 63 economies, we provide 3 indicators of the competitiveness of a country that we can or cannot discuss in detail. But Australia ranks number 18 out of 63 economies. It is in the top 20 and actually showing significant improvements over the last 10 years. Again, the ranking does not represent the absolute levels, but it actually shows that Australia is probably in the right direction and is certainly, by our analysis, one of the most promising economies of the world, given the current challenges. When it comes to digital competitiveness, that is the ability of a nation to promote digital transformation of companies, it ranks number 14 because obviously, in terms of business digital transformation and availability of technologies to people, it ranks much higher than the average. And finally, in terms of talent attractiveness and development, it is a very competitive country, ranks number 16. Let me spend the last 5 minutes or 3 minutes of this discussion showing you the challenges for the future. In 2 slides. The first slide comes from our partners. So what we do every year is we ask CEDA, in the case of Australia, what they think they are the challenges for the Australian competitiveness for the future. And you have them here. They have been very well summarized today. Some of them go by strengthening our structural reforms or getting better value for money from government services or building infrastructure or focusing on technology. I think they are certainly important. I think this is a good way to go for the future as an interesting political agenda. Let me take a broader perspective and let me give you my point of view, not only from our analysis, but also for my last days here in Australia, my conversations and what I have learned by talking to many of you. I think you have the biggest risk for Australia that has been highlighted in our figures, which is your massive dependence on China. In our rankings, we have an indicator of export concentration by partner. Australia is the worst country in the world. It's actually number 57 out of 63, only because the other countries do not export at all. So you are exposed to a massive risk if you realize that at the same time, as we have been saying, not this year because of coronavirus, but for the last 10 years, the biggest risk of the world economy is China. The next Enron, the next Lehman Brothers is going to be in China. The next financial crisis will happen in China. And then that's also the biggest risk for the Australian economy. So diversification is clearly one of our biggest challenges. Second, I hear very often again, how should we diversify our export and move into different markets? A great potential for these countries to focus on the domestic market itself. Okay? There are countries that are not exporters. Think about this. If you think about all world economies, everybody wants to be an exporter. This mathematically is not possible. Okay? Not everybody can be an exporter. Some countries need to be importers. France, the United States are net importers. Maybe a good way to go for Australia would be to focus on the domestic market, growing the country, attracting people, growing the economy and creating the demand here that we need for our product. Substituting not trade partners one for another, but actually export by import. Okay? And then developing the industry that we need here. We identify some private sector weaknesses, which is surprising. Okay? Very often we blame the government for our problems. But in Switzerland, in Australia, actually there is an interesting fall when you look at the indicators that pertain to the private sector. Lack of entrepreneurship, governance that tends to be poor, and attitude towards sustainability, for example, or environmentally friendliness. And I tell you what my impression of this is. I think in Australia, you lack the mid-sized companies, okay? The Logitech of Switzerland or the Fonterra of New Zealand, you lack this company. And what it happens is that the big companies tend to be international multinationals. And this lack of domestic corporate sector then actually drags the governance, sustainability aspect of the private sector. Three more. I see that every day that I have spent here. The first thing that I asked my taxi driver when I arrived at the airport in Sydney on Saturday was, what do you think of the country? And he said, we have a horrible government. Okay? I have hardly seen people who praise their government. Okay? Swiss people do. Okay? Singaporeans do. Saudi Arabians do, because if they don't praise the government, they are in trouble. Okay? Okay? So in a democracy, it's very difficult to praise our government. And that you see actually in our survey indicator. There's a lot of criticism to the politicians in the country. But I would say something else. I also need to we need to realize what is the responsibility of the private sector at boosting the competitiveness of our nation. And we need to partner with the government. I mean, the countries that do best along these lines, I'm thinking about small countries like the Netherlands or Switzerland, but also countries that are much bigger, like Canada, actually create bonds between the private sector and the public sector. Okay? We need to blame the government sometimes, but I think like the private sector, sometimes we also need to give support, so the government supports us. And building these partnerships is going to be paramount. We were referring to the Sustainable Development Goals earlier. To me, the most important goal is goal number 17. Partnerships for the goal. And if you think of what this means, those partnerships are partnerships between the private and the public sector. If we truly want to be carbon neutral, if we want to promote and prevent climate change in our country or in the world, we need to build those partnerships. Okay? There is a significant lack of agility among businesses when it comes to digital transformation. It's interesting to see in Australia that when you look at the technology aspect and adoption of technology, here it is amazing when it comes to using electronic means of payment. Okay? I can go in my taxi and always pay with a credit card. Okay? For you may be normal, for me it's not. In Switzerland it's not easy to pay with credit card in a taxi. They will actually look at you and be very upset. We don't have Apple Pay in Switzerland. In Australia you have a very good individual attitude towards technology. In the way people use applications and, I just learned this new application, Fire Near Me, or something like that I didn't know. Okay? This type of apps that you can use. Again, compared to Switzerland, for example, that's much better. But interestingly as well, when it comes to businesses, business agility in Australia, compared to Switzerland or compared to the United States, is much weaker. That is, the realization by corporate executives that they need to transform their business to their new technologies. And that is shown massively in our indicators. It's actually in our digital competitiveness ranking, is the weakest point of Australia in the overall ranking. And a final point that I want to make, that's the trick to be competitive. We talk very often about political stability. Political stability is very easy to achieve in a dictatorship. We all want to have a dictator as long as it's good. Okay? Singapore is paradise. United Arab Emirates is paradise. Okay? There are countries and governments that come to me and they say, we want to be the next Singapore of Africa. And I say, that's good for you. But you need two things. You need to be an island, and you need a good dictator. Okay? So if you are willing to get that, you will be lucky. In democracies, it's very difficult to get policy stability. Okay? We are politically unstable because our governments change, and I want that to happen. I don't want to have the same government for the last, I'm thinking Angela Merkel in Germany. So for the last 30 years. I want to change my government. I want to be able to change my government. But we need policy consensus. And that's what we call policy stability. We need to have agreements so we don't see these massive swifts and changes in our political agendas as governments change. Because, again, the countries that have been most successful in competitiveness in the last years, and I'm not talking about Switzerland alone, but I want to include, for example, countries like Estonia or Lithuania or Malaysia. These countries have done that by achieving the basic consensus on what the right economic strategy should be. Okay? And that needs to begin with the private sector, not with the private sector, with the public sector. That is, it needs to start bottom up, not top down. Generating those consensus and bringing that to the political power is the responsibility of citizens, not only when we vote, but also through the discussion that we have like this one. So that's all. Let me stop here and probably open up the discussion for some questions. Thank you.
Pop on down. I'm just going to make I'm going to give you a quick question, and then I'll leave time for others to put their hand up as well. This point about the agility of our domestic businesses and not having mid-sized businesses. One of the interesting things that's debated here in Australia all the time is what we like to think of as a unique structure of our economy. So a very big land mass, bunch of cities on the edge, long distances between them, nothing really of scale if you compare it to global cities. And so this real bifurcation of our economy, very big businesses, very small businesses, and not a lot in between. And you've seen in airlines and retail only, sort of fleeting or emerging competition to some of the major players. Is that a credible explanation or excuse? I mean, do we sort of have a particular challenge here that is unique to Australia?
It's not unique, and I would not explain that through the geographical structure of the country. I think what typically happens in some countries, and again, Switzerland is a good example of the same, is that you lack growth capital. That is, we have good venture capital for entrepreneurship and innovation. And we create these small companies, but at the time when they have to grow, they grow big, then someone else comes and takes them. Okay? And then they take them abroad. Okay? And they disappear. Logitech in Switzerland is that example of a company. Logitech was founded in the city where I live, and I'm sure that you have all heard of Logitech. But by the time Logitech reached a certain size, the Swiss market could not provide the capital that the company needed to become a multinational. And at that time, it moved to the US. And when it moved to the US, it moved with capital, but also moved with talent. And all the talent went to the US. And I think the same happens in Australia. That's my feeling, that by the time you want to grow to a certain size, then if you want to expand, then you need to move somewhere else. And you move typically where capital markets are.
Questions? Penny. Who's got the mic at the front here, sorry?
Arturo, so generous of you to give me the mic. Thank you. Thanks for a great presentation. I just wanted to ask a question about the intersection between economic complexity and productivity and the future growth trajectory for Australia. You might be familiar with this study out of the Kennedy School at Harvard last year, on economic complexity of the top 133 countries in the world. To cut to the chase, Australia's ranking in that complexity index has dropped over time from 57 down to 93rd, which means, you know, in effect, we don't really produce in our top 5 exports. And actually, if you go to our top 7, anything that requires a university degree to make, we sit in terms of economic complexity currently below, and I just went in to check this, Uganda and Senegal. How does that structure of our economy interact with your kind of recommendations and vision for the future of how we can be a highly productive modern economy?
It's a very good question, and in fact, the link between complexity and competitiveness is direct in a sense, because complexity implies that you are touching all aspects of the production cycle or the business system, okay, including those who generate value added, and that's one of the reasons why Australia has fallen in that ranking, but also one of the reasons why Australia is not more competitive than it should. That is, you need to touch all aspects of the value chain, including the last mile, which is where you truly add the value to your product. Okay? Now, when you export commodities, okay, then you may lose that aspect of value creation, and that's what we need to integrate. Okay? Increasing the complexity means that, you know, again, like countries like Switzerland or the Netherlands have done very well, which is to go from farming, harvesting commodities to the fully developed and final product. And that's what needs to be done here as well.
I think we've got time for one more question. Front here, thanks.
Thank you. It's Amber from the Institute of Company Directors. I just had a question about the intersection between excessive red tape or regulation of business and competitiveness, and if you had any thoughts about the Australian context in that regard.
So you need regulation, but you need not too much regulation, but good regulation. And obviously, here the principle is very simple. The public sector does not create jobs. That is, the responsibility of creating jobs in a competitive economy is for the private sector. So the role of regulation is how the government and the regulator promotes rules so the private sector generates jobs. The rest is less relevant. Okay? So red tape, bureaucracy is damaging. Okay? So that's the good regulation. Okay? In Australia in particular, our rankings actually show that there is still a problem with governance rules, okay, and promotion of competition, not competitiveness, but competition among companies, okay. And that's something that I have learned from some of my colleagues here. Actually, when you look at the industrial structure of Australia, there is not much competition in many sectors, and that's the regulation that would be desirable, okay? Because in most sectors, then you have a very few players. That would be good regulation, for example.
Yeah, I think it's a really interesting point, and my sense is one that's actually attracting a lot more attention right throughout the economic bureaucracies and the public sector as well, reflecting on how we can better boost competition and picking up on some of the things that you spoke to around a great willingness in the community to adapt and adopt new technologies and how that sits alongside where our businesses are at. I'm going to just be rude here and just ask one more question. Arturo, you talked about, I think, the UAE and China as being countries that are really interested in jobs and less interested in productivity. If you took a snapshot from Michael's charts earlier today, you could draw the same conclusion about us. We've had very strong population growth. It's been underpinning our economic activity, and productivity growth has been woeful, as have wages. And you were talking about the benefits of population to grow our market and contribute to diversity and all the rest of it. There's actually a real pushback against that, partly because of the recognition that more people is not delivering the productivity, it's not delivering the prosperity from a broader sort of community perspective. So what's your take on that? How would you what's the story you would tell Australia?
I come from a country, Spain, where our biggest problem is immigration, but the immigration that we have, which is sub-Saharan African immigration, is low skill, low productivity, and obviously low education. Okay? You guys have an amazing exposure to a world that is extremely talented and well prepared. That is, for Spain or Italy or Greece or most of the European countries, Australia is a dream because you have access to an amazing talent pool of very well prepared people. And that's one way to go. There is talent attraction at the end. It's an amazing way for the local talent to step up as well and improve their skill and then become all more productive. So having access to that talent pool requires that, of course, we focus on the right sectors and the right industries. Resolving the social problem with immigration is not something where I can help. because I have been,
it was worth a try.
I have been preaching about that in my world for years, and it is very difficult. It's certainly not the role of an economist.
Yeah. I thought you were going to go to infrastructure. Unfortunately, that's all we've got time for. I'm going to say a quick thank you. I think you tell by the interest here and as you go around Australia in the work that IMD does and in the rankings that they are taken seriously here. Australia loves ranking. We love to see ourselves moving up the league table and really like to give ourselves a tough time when we don't. But beneath that sort of competitiveness, there is a real interest in the insights offered by your work, and so it's lovely to be able to have you here telling us firsthand what we need to hear. So thank you so much for your time. I'm supposed to give him his present, but I've missed that opportunity as well. I'll bring it down to the table. I'm very mindful of the desire to get you out on time. I did want to just make a couple of closing observations around what we've heard today and just try to pull out a couple of key threads that I think are really important. In no particular order, but interesting to me. Compassion. It was really interesting to hear the word compassion raised a number of times by both speakers, but also indirectly by some of the questions that came up consistently from the floor around inequality and the importance of connecting the wider community to the benefits of economic growth. If you've been following CEDA's work over the last couple of years, you will know that is absolutely a theme. It's an absolute passion of mine and of the rest of the team. It kicked off with our Community Pulse survey 2 years ago, where we actually asked the question of people, did they benefit from economic growth and did they think that they'd benefited from a generation of economic growth? And actually the answer was pretty much not so much. So I think that's a really important piece of work. We'll be doing this survey again this year to try to get a sense on how people are feeling now and their perspectives on some really important policy issues before the country. So that was the first point I wanted to make. The second point is clearly the issue of climate change is front and centre for people. I think this challenge for Australia around how we grapple with climate change and do it in a way which is constructive and actually advances the conversation and the policy is critically important. And I wasn't being flippant when I say we have to do so based on a competitive advantage that we have had and should continue to have around energy. If anyone has had a look at our website or follows me on LinkedIn, you'll know that I put out a blog piece on this, carving out the space that CEDA is looking to play this year, focused specifically on adaptation and resilience, and making sure that this is not just a response to bushfires, but a recognition of the broader issues that we need to tackle, but also keeping people honest on the technology to reduce emissions conversation. But when I say keeping them honest, I mean having the conversation around how we make that work and how we make technology join up in a way that is a credible source of emissions reduction now and for years to come. And the third thing I just wanted to call out was the importance of a narrative, which came up a couple of times as well. It won't surprise you that we think it's really important. My mantra is one about being pragmatic and realistic, but always optimistic about Australia's future. We have had a tremendous track record of economic growth. We've tackled really big challenges in the past, and if we actually focus on things, we can do so again, and that's the message that we try very much to get across. And then finally, Sustainable Development Goals. Arturo gave me a nice run into this, as did Terry, I think, earlier on. Watch this space. CEDA is looking to bring together some forums where we're going to help members to leverage their own insights and experience in the application of the Sustainable Development Goals for their organisations, how they're dealing with them, how they're reporting on them, and how they're getting feedback from their stakeholders and what that stakeholder feedback is. This is nothing more or less than trying to help people move up the learning curve on the adoption and application of the SDGs, and with it making a contribution to their importance, but also sustainability more broadly in Australia. So hopefully that joins the dots on what I think have been some of the key themes that have come out today. Big challenges for us over the year ahead, both economically and socially. And I really look forward to seeing you all again at the many CEDA events that we're going to have this year, where one theme for us as a team is going to be trying to engage our membership more and to live up to the legacy that a number of speakers spoke to today. There are not many institutions like CEDA's. We don't take it for granted. We wear the legacy of 60 years firmly on our sleeve, and we are keen to honour that legacy as a trusted, independent organisation that brings facts and evidence to the debate. So thank you for your support. Thank you for being here today, and I look forward to seeing you over the course of the year ahead. Thanks.